I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
And we're live. Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. Good to see the green dot on my laptop.
Hey everyone. So excited to be part of React Summit, the remote edition this year.
Hey, yeah, so excited to hear from all the speakers and chat with you all today.
Awesome. As me as well. I mean, it's amazing. We're just chatting about different locations, and the fact that we are here from so many different places, I'm super excited to see what we've got going on.
Well, we've got one person that I know of from Amsterdam, and that's me. I am Metin Brzezinski. I am one of your 4 MCs today, tomorrow, and the day after. And I work as a front-end development consultant at Passionate People. So I'm currently working as a consultant at Aidence, and Aidence is a medtech startup that's helping radiologists by detecting early-stage lung cancer using AI. And I'm helping to build interfaces that the radiologists can use to train the models and get the data out of that model. So yeah, I am a React developer that's actually kind of a doctor now, which I think is pretty cool with a technology that's only like 6-7 years old now. Really, really nice.
Hey, I'm Allie. I'm another one of your MCs. I lead developer advocacy at AWS Amplify. I've been writing React though since before ES6, so I'm so excited to be here. I'm joining from halfway across the world from a lot of the other MCs all the way in Chicago in the United States, but I'm so excited to be here.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Okenwa. My pronouns are he, him, and I work for Twilio. Twilio is a developer platform with tools for you to integrate communications into the things you're building, whether that's phone calls, text, WhatsApp, video, all sorts. I've been building contact centers with React lately, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of the amazing things that I can learn to take over there as well. And you can hit me up on Twitter as well at ChatbotsCoder and come find out why I'm called ChatbotsCoder. I talk a lot.
Hey everyone, my name is Catalin Miron. I'm a senior engineer working at Skype, where I help the team build Skype using React, React Native, and Electron. So really nice tag there. I'm also one of the early adopters of React Native almost 6 years ago, and I have access to the private repository that everyone is talking about. I'm also a YouTuber and I like animations. So go ahead and check out my YouTube channel where I'm teaching you or walking through how to animate. Last, I would like to say thanks to my wife and my little daughter, Kodruca and Mara, for supporting me and being with me since the beginning. I love you.
Heartwarming. So I want to thank all 27,819 of you for joining us today. This is the number of people that registered as of this morning. So really cool that we are able to gather all these people, well, in our rooms. Basically, it feels like I have all of you at my house. And my house is not that big, so it's going to get crowded. But yeah, really cool that we are doing this remote event and people from all over the world are able to join from the comfort of their home office / living room / wherever you're watching.
Speaking of home office / living rooms, we've got living rooms literally across the world. You know what? I see so many of my favorite holiday destinations on here. I'm so jealous of all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. This virtual event means we can all be connected, even though we're in such different places.
Awesome. So throughout the event, we are going to be using this really cool tool called Slido, and we are going to be asking some questions that the speakers have provided to us. So let's do a practice round. Head to slido.com and use code 1415 or this QR code. And our question for you all is, how many times have you been to React Summit or React Amsterdam before? This is, for me, my first time, so I'm really excited to be with you all today. We'll come back to these results in a little bit.
I want to give a moment to thank the program committee. And as you can see, I'm one of them, so it feels kind of weird, but I mostly want to thank Konstantinos and Clement for helping put together the program that we have for you the upcoming days. So what we did is we went through all the submissions of people that wanted to give a talk here at React Summit and tried to make a nice program that had a different level of experience. So for beginners, for people that have been doing React since the beginning, different topics. So I hope you liked the program that we have prepared for you, and let us know if you are missing anything for some upcoming editions. And if you see Konstantinos or Clement on the Discord or on Twitter or wherever online, be sure to give them a thanks for their hard work.
Of course, we would also like to thank to our wonderful sponsors for making this React Summit Remote Edition possible. Thanks to NX, AWS Amplify, WordPress Engine, Shopify, Wrangle.io, Rollbar, Mux, JetBrain, Storyblock, Cloudinary, Microsoft, Clio, Prismic, G2I, Netlify. And of course, to our silver sponsors. Thank you once again to everyone that helped us out.
All right, I've got a job for each and every one of you. I want you to grab your phones and take a picture of your setup. Show us where you're watching, whether it's from your living room couch or your standing desk. I would love to see it. And tweet it at us with the hashtag React Summit. We'll be looking out for your tweets, and we'll be doing a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and some Git Nation swag to people who tweet their location, where they're watching from, with the hashtag React Summit. Also search for the Twitter hashtag React Summit to see our setups. I took a picture there earlier, and you can see I don't do cable management. I'm a big fan of cable mismanagement. The others have some better photos though. But throughout the rest of the conference, feel free to use this hashtag all the time and just let us know what you're talking about, what you think of the speakers and of the conference as well. But we have even more prizes for you. We'll be giving away some swag. So we'll be running a raffle to all the people who are watching on the conference website. We'll be giving away some Git Nation t-shirts. The winners will be announced after the event and we'll contact you then. And all full ticket holders will get a package from us with some stickers. I'm excited. I love stickers. Now, the multi-pass that we were talking about earlier is what you can use to get access to all of these great events. Now, this pass will be valid for the 2021 and 2022 season. Find all of the details for that on gitnation.org.
For all the agenda and all the info, just go ahead to remote.reactsummit.com and check all the details there. This is how the platform will look like if you're logged in. You'll have the base track and the summit track. And the main screen is the video player that's going to play the live feed. And at the bottom, you have the timeline or the agenda for the whole day for both tracks. If you're part of the full access tier, you'll have access to the speakers room as well as the discussions room. And you can talk with the speakers there. Also, before each session of the conference, we'll start first by introducing the speaker, then the speaker will give their talk, and afterwards, we'll resume with the Q&A session.
Just because we aren't able to meet in person doesn't mean we can't all hang out. If you want to talk to people during the conference and watch the talks together, we're going to have some virtual watch parties. So let me show you this really cool tool called Spatial Chat. There are discussion rooms and you can join with your camera, your mic, or both. And you'll see a list of rooms on the left that you can join. Once you're in a room, you can move your avatar around, and the closer you are to another avatar, the louder they'll be, just like in real life, which is super cool. So walk around, talk to people, and watch the show together.
That's pretty cool. So the discussion rooms that we have mentioned before, let me explain to you how they work. So if you just want to go to a spatial chat and have a discussion about any of these topics, feel free to join them. The link is in the timetable, like Kathleen explained. We have 4 of them available today. The first one is about UX with concurrent mode and suspense. It's hosted by Nikhil Sharma. Next one is about remix. It's hosted by Michael Jackson and Kenzie Dodds. The third one is performance, hosted by Elad and Alexander. And the last one is about full stack app development, hosted by Brandon Bayer. So we've got some real industry experts trying to get the conversation going about these great topics. So be sure to keep an eye out on the schedule and join them. And just as a reminder, they run in parallel with the normal talks. So you'll have to decide what you want to do, but be sure to keep an eye out on the agenda. And during the day when they start, we will also remind you.
And after all of those amazing talks, don't leave. Join the fun party. We have a fun party ready for full ticket holders, but we'll also be streaming Ken Wheeler's DJ set on the Basecamp track. Now we've got a couple of activities. We'll be playing Code Names, which is a super fun word game, and Kent C. Dodds will be hosting it. I'm excited about that one. We have Pictionary as well. I'm terrible at it, where one person draws something and somebody else has to try and guess it. We'll have Ken Wheeler, like I said, playing their awesome music, and we'll also have a Quake.js tournament for all of our video game fans. But if you're not into any of those things, we'll also have a chit chat room for you where we can talk about travels, or not traveling, unfortunately, and food and all sorts of amazing stuff.
Also, be sure to join the Discord server. Use the Basecamp Q&A and Summit Q&A channels to submit your questions for the speakers, and also discuss some things with the community using the community channel. There are lots of people around the world. So over the last few days, we have had some workshops take place, and there's still some workshops coming up. These are some are available for the full ticket holders. Some are also even available for the free ticket holders. So these are some workshops that are still coming up next week. And these are available for the full ticket holders also next week.
But there's also a lot of workshops still coming up from our sponsors that are available for all ticket holders for free. So be sure to check it out. All the details are on the website. Just sign up and you'll be able to join. And there, yeah, you can still join. So it's free. Why not do it?
As always, we want everybody to feel safe and have a great time during the event. We have a code of conduct at remote.reactsummit.com/COC. Please go read it now. If at any time you feel there's been a violation, please email coc@getnation.org and we'll take care of it right away. We don't tolerate harassment in any of our channels, and that includes Twitter, Spatial Chat, and Discord. You can also see the jobs from our amazing sponsors at remote.reactsummit.com/jobs. There are all sorts of front-end developer jobs on there, especially React jobs, which makes sense given the topic of the conference. And they're at companies like Cloudinary, Netlify, and more. So go check those out.
In addition to those amazing React jobs that our sponsors are offering, they also offer amazing perks. So go ahead to remote.reactsummit.com/perks and find physical, but also digital goodies. I'm really interested in the Nintendo Switch. Also, your feedback is so important to us. It helps us making the event better and better over time. We have a form available to you at remote.reactsummit.com/feedback. So take your time and leave your feedback and your thoughts there. Before we announce our first speaker, let's see the result of the initial question that Ali asked. So the question was, how many times have you been to React Summit, React Amsterdam before? So it seems that I've been to online editions only. Yeah, it seems that the pandemic and the hard times in what we live now are really tough. But hopefully we can meet in person at the next edition, and hopefully it's going to be a physical one. And now, before introduce our first speaker, let's watch a short message from our sponsors.
Are you building something awesome? Don't let the CMS limit your imagination with standard content types and data. Use custom elements and make the CMS fit your project and your data types. Use the latest tools to speed up development, fetch data from CDN with TypeScript SDK, deploy using separated content environment, and get creative today at content.ai/developers.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
All right, I gotta jump. We have this React Native thing.
Meatball, do you want to help me with my interview?
What did we initially think of React Native?
There were a lot of people advising against using React Native.
I didn't really know much about it, so I was very hesitant.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We can in fact do what a lot of people so far claim that we couldn't do with React Native, and that is rendering 3D elements at 60 frames per second on low-end devices.
Our teams can create the UI for our point of sale app much faster.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Thanks a lot to our amazing sponsors that made this conference possible once again. So now our first speaker is Daria Caraway. Daria is a speaker, a Scrum Master, and software engineer working at Workday, where she builds consumer-grade web experiences for the enterprise user. When not coding, Daria is often found traveling, eating good food, and traveling to eat good food. Daria is going to talk about internationalization in React. But before listening to her talk, Daria wants to know how many languages do you speak? So grab your phone and go to slido.com, use 1415 and answer there. And now let's welcome Daria to the stage. But before that, don't forget to ask questions on Discord and we will address those after the talk. So everyone go ahead to Basecamp Q&A and let's give Daria's a big round of virtual applause using applause emoji. Daria, the stage, it's yours.
Hey everyone, I am so excited to be able to kick off React Summit Remote Edition this year. Thank you so much for coming to my talk, which is all about internationalizing React applications. If we haven't had the chance to meet, my name is Daria Caraway. I'm currently a software engineer at Workday in Boulder, Colorado in the United States. I want to share with you a little bit about my experiences in life learning different languages. There are some embarrassing childhood photos coming, so don't make fun of me too much. I was born in Boulder, Colorado, where I learned English as a first language. This is the youngest photo of me that I could find. I'm also half Chinese, so from a pretty young age, I learned Mandarin. This is a photo of me at Chinese school where I would go every Sunday with my sister for many years. This photo cracks me up. When I got to grade 6, I got to pick a language to learn in school. I picked Spanish. So from grades 6 to 12, I studied Spanish, and by the end, I was pretty fluent. This is a photo of me in grade 7, braces and all. And so something that I've just learned throughout my life, besides maybe that I don't have to have bangs. Besides that, I learned that learning languages is pretty hard. I don't have a great memory, so memorizing vocabulary or grammar in different languages, it can be pretty difficult. Okay, so this is me now, and I am many, many, many years removed from grade 12. And to be honest, I've lost a lot of my Chinese and Spanish speaking skills. I can understand them pretty well, but my speaking, it's not great. And my Chinese reading is a solid 1 out of 10. And so I've learned, especially as I get older, that maintaining languages, even after you spend all that time learning them, it's also pretty hard. I don't have a lot of opportunities where I am to practice Spanish or practice Chinese anymore, so they kind of just got stored to like this back part of my brain that isn't easily accessible. At least that's what it feels like. But as I do as a software engineer, I draw parallels between my life and my code because that is totally normal. For the first time in my career, I'm on a team that has to support multiple languages and locales in our application. And I wonder if even though languages are hard for me to learn in life, is there a way that we can architect our React application so that adding and maintaining new languages doesn't have to be so bad? After all, I feel like teaching our apps to handle multiple languages should be easier than teaching our brains. At least that's my theory. But before we explore this theory, I want to level set some vocabulary. The first term that you might have seen around is internationalization, or I-18N. The abbreviation is such because there are 18 letters between the I and the N in the word internationalization, and I guess it's quite long to say. There are a lot of confusing definitions out there for internationalization. I found a bunch that were confusing to me while I was researching this talk. But I think that is the way that it is because internationalization can mean a lot of different things to different people, depending on what your application does, what industry you're in, what kind of standards you have to meet. But I like to think of internationalization as the process of architecting your application so that when localization occurs, things kind of just work. So then what is localization, or L10N? Localization is the process of actually making the content and experience of your application for a given locale. So internationalization is like architecting it, and then localization is actually changing it. So theoretically, if you've internationalized your app correctly, when localization occurs, you shouldn't have to do much. And there are a bunch of elements of localization. This is by no means an exhaustive list. And like I said, different applications are going to have different things that they have to worry about. You might have to implement some or all of these elements. It really just depends. And if you do have to implement all or some of those elements, there are some popular React libraries out there that are meant to be that like internationalization architectural solution. If you do have to support internationalization, I might suggest looking into one of these libraries to see if they fit your needs. But I thought it would be more fun in this talk to just build some of those internationalization architectures ourselves and maybe learn something new. And this is actually how my team does it currently. To help me demonstrate, I've made up a completely fake company called Sunset Central. You might tell that I really miss traveling because Sunset Central is a place where you can go and watch live streams of sunsets happening across the world. Again, I'm in Boulder, Colorado, which is in the Rocky Mountain region of the United States. I'm surrounded by mountains. It's really pretty, but I really miss traveling and like watching a sunset on the beach with like the waves and the salt water and the breeze. So I made up Sunset Central. On Sunset Central, you can like find the type of sunset you're looking for and then see a list of all of them, where they are, when they're happening, so that you can be sure to come back at the right time to watch it live virtually with a group of people. In my fake world where Sunset Central exists, many other people must also be missing traveling because it appears Sunset Central is gaining popularity in other markets outside of the United States. Looking at the metrics and talking to their users, Sunset Central decided that they want to expand to target Spanish speakers in Spain and Arabic speakers in Egypt. So the Sunset Central team put together a team of translation and locale experts because oftentimes the developers working on the project will not be those things. I am definitely not a translation or localization expert. The locale specialists for Sunset Central have identified these two locales that represent Spanish speakers in Spain and Arabic speakers in Egypt. Now, there are multiple different parts to a locale. If you've ever seen these like language strings, you'll see they are language, script, country, variant, which represents different dialogues of a given language, and extension, which includes different calendar and numeric systems. But oftentimes, or at least oftentimes, I've seen just one or two, completely depends on the technology and what they've decided to support. Sunset Central here has decided for now, they're just going to support the language and country parts of these locales, which are Spanish speakers in Spain and Arabic speakers in Egypt. With all of this knowledge, the devs start working on internationalization for Sunset Central. So what kind of things does Sunset Central need to think about supporting? What kind of architectural solutions are we talking about here? Well, first thing I notice is the language. We're gonna have to support rendering text content in multiple languages. Right now, it's only in English. The second thing that I notice is these dates. As far as I know, these are pretty American dates. They go month, day, year, and then have the 12-hour formatted clock. So if we want these dates to be familiar and recognizable to people outside of the United States, we're going to have to do something about these. Lastly, Sunset Central is going to need to support bi-directional languages too, and I will explain a little bit later exactly what that means. So overall, these are the things that we're keeping in mind for internationalization: text translations, date formatting, and language directions. All right, cool. So the dev and translations teams have decided that it would be helpful if they structured their translations like this. You have a bunch of all of the locales. You have a key that doesn't change for every given string. And then the string value is the translated text for the different locales. So I speak English, so my keys are also in English, but basically we have these keys, they're the same in every locale, and they map to a given string that is the translated string in the different locales. And what do we do with these strings? So theoretically, any given component in the application is going to need access to these translations. So I think it makes sense to put them in a context. Here I've made a translations context. It stores the current locale, the translations map, and it returns a translate function. The translate function takes in one of those keys, it grabs the current locale, and it returns to you back the translated string for that locale that matches the key. Then I just created a plain custom hook at the bottom that gives you easy access to the translate function. Then in our component, here is the mountain sidebar item component. It is the mountain button in the sidebar. The mountain sidebar item can grab the translate function from the use translate hook, and then instead of just rendering a static string that says mountain in English, we're going to run the mountain key through the translate function. And if we do this for all of the strings in our entire application, when they all go through the translate function, all of the strings on the page, when the locale is set to Spanish speakers in Spain, should be translated to Spanish. And so this is looking pretty good. We've got everything translated, but there's still something funky about the Spanish locale, and that is the dates. So like I mentioned, I think these dates are super American, and they're not going to be very familiar for Spanish speakers in Spain. So how can we fix that? Now, there are a couple of date libraries out there that also support localization. The first one I want to talk about is actually not a library. It's just the JavaScript intl object, or intil. I'm going to call it intil. I don't really know what you call it. I'm going to call it intil. The JavaScript intil object has a bunch of different utilities for localization and a couple for date times. Now, JavaScript dates, they kind of have a reputation for not being like the easiest thing to work with, especially if you're doing a bunch of date math, maybe you're doing a bunch of date conversions, maybe you're dealing with multiple time zones. And so for that reason, a lot of people prefer to use a date library. Luxton and DateFNs are two date libraries that I've worked with in the past that also support localization. But Sunset Central doesn't have to do any date math. Right now, the server just returns a timestamp. That timestamp just needs to be rendered in the given locale in the current user's time zone, which is the JavaScript behavior by default. So we're going to go ahead and just use the JavaScript intil object. We can new up a intil date time format, pass it our current locale that I'm grabbing with a use locale hook from the context. Pass in all of the date options, which just tells it how you want to render the date format, or how you, we want the year, month, day, hour, and minute to all be numeric values. And then you call format, you pass it in your JavaScript date. Seemingly like magic, the dates are now just localized to Spanish speakers in Spain when we pass that in as a locale. We now have day, month, year, and then the 24-hour clock, which will make a lot more sense if you're a Spanish speaker in Spain. And this is pretty cool. I think a lot of people I surely didn't realize that the JavaScript Intel object existed until recently, and it's pretty powerful, and you can get a lot of functionality out of it without having to use a library. Okay, now that Spanish is looking good, we have support for translations and dates. I want to take a look at our next locale, which is Arabic speakers in Egypt. Because of our work, the text is being translated, and the dates are looking right, but something is still not quite right. And if you're familiar with Arabic, it's because Arabic is actually a right to left language. And there's quite a few of these right to left languages out there. So what exactly does that mean? Well, in English, which is a left to right language, you start on the left, and when you type a word, you add characters to the right. Well, in Arabic, you start on the right and you add characters to the left. And you read your page content in that direction as well. So in English, you kind of start on the left of the page and you go and you consume content in that direction. Same in Arabic, you consume that content from right to left. And that means that we don't just need to flip the text, but the layout on the page also needs to change. Because if you want the user to start at the sidebar and read from the sidebar to the page content in left to right language, you're gonna have to flip it such that in a right to left language, you start at the sidebar on the right, you consume the sidebar, and then you consume the content on the page. And there are a couple of pretty handy things that we can do to make this work for Sunset Central. So the first one is to set the direction property on all of the elements in CSS that we want to flip. Now this is going to flip any non-direction specific CSS, like text, or maybe you're using Flexbox or CSS Grid. To use Flexbox as an example, say you have a Flex container that has a list of items in it, and you, in left to right, are numbering those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left to the right. Well, if you change the direction of that container to RTL, Flex is going to reverse it, and now you're going to have your items numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from right to left. And I'm realizing just now that my hands are backwards for you, but I think you get the idea. Yeah, so if the CSS direction property flips any non-direction specific content, we can also use a CSS utility to flip any direction specific content. And by that, I mean things like padding right or border left. Anytime you specify a direction along the x-axis with right or left. And this is because, say you have some padding on the right because you have an element and you want there to be some space before the next element on the right. Well, you're gonna have to flip it such that when you start on the left, you still have that padding to the left of it before the next element on the left. There are a couple of CSS utilities out there that can help out here. I've personally been using the RTL CSS JS utility by Ken C. Dodds. By the way, check out his session tomorrow at the same time. But I'm usually using this utility because my team currently is using JavaScript CSS objects with emotion. So this utility will take the CSS object and flip all of the direction specific pieces kind of automatically for us. And you don't have to be using CSS. No, you don't have to be using CSS in JS to make use of these utilities. There are utilities like this out there for any type of CSS solution that you're using. But I want to show you an example of how I've been using the RTL CSS JS utility. Well, first thing is we need to be able to access the direction from potentially anywhere, similar to the translation. So I made a theme context that stores the direction. Theme contexts are often used to store themes, like maybe if you have a light mode or a dark mode, you would put that in the theme context. And if you're using a design system like Material UI, you'll actually set the direction in the Material UI context in a similar way. So this is kind of an established pattern. In the context, I store the direction, and then I make a custom hook that gives you easy access to the direction. Then I made one more custom hook called use styles. Use styles grabs the direction from the context, and then it returns you a function, apply styles. Apply styles takes that CSS object that I was talking about, and if the direction is set to RTL, it'll run it through the CSS utility, RTL CSS.js, and the corresponding CSS object that is returned from the function will have all of those directions flipped. Then in our component, back to the mountain sidebar item component, we can grab the apply styles function from the use styles hook. And before I take my CSS object and pass it to a motion, which is what that CSS tag does, I'm going to run it through the apply styles function. And that's going to flip all of the direction specific CSS before passing it to a motion, before a motion turns it into real CSS. And if I do this for all of the styles on my entire page, now if we set the locale to Arabic speakers in Egypt, and we set the direction to right to left, the Sunset Central app is looking a lot better. We have everything translated, we have the dates localized, and we have this bidirectional format. And okay, I think this is pretty awesome because with not that much code, we've successfully internationalized Sunset Central. Now, when the localization team is ready to expand to 50 more locales and they give us all of the translations, as long as those locales are in the translation object and the JavaScript Intel API supports those locales, everything on the page is just going to work. So if we take a look back at what I interpret internationalization to mean, which is architecting your app so when localization occurs, things work as expected, I think we did meet our goal here. We can pass in however many locales and presumably it'll all be okay. So I've learned in my life that learning languages is hard, maintaining them is a little bit harder, and I hope in this short talk, though, you've learned that architecting your React application to support multiple languages in locales does not have to be so hard. Thank you so, so much. I'm excited and glad I got to kick everything off here today, and I hope you have a great time at the rest of the conference. Come find me at the Q&A right after this if you have any questions, or always, I'm on Twitter at Daria Caraway, and I have a link here that I will share that has a bunch of really great resources, blog posts, documentation for a lot of the content that I talked about in this talk. Thank you so, so much, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you so much, Daria. What an amazing talk you gave. We've learned so many things. As I can see from the chat, we have lots of questions that we need to address. But first of all, but before that, just see what are the Slido results for how many languages do you speak? The question, once again, is how many languages do you speak? So it seems that most of you know 3 to 4 languages. Wow, that's a lot. And the second place is for 2 languages. That's okay, but 3 to 4, so many languages. Daria, what about you? How many languages do you speak? And welcome. Thanks a lot for your talk. We have just a small issue. Oh yeah, now we can
you hear me now?
Daria.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I talked about it a little bit in my talk. I speak one language well, which is English, and then I speak 2 others not that well and getting worse by the day. But I wanted to ask this question because I think in my experience, it's quite different between like the United States and Europe and other parts of the world of how many languages people speak. So I was interested to see in this audience what we were working with, and 3 to 4 for the majority seems very intimidating. That's a lot. That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah. If I can speak for myself, I know like I'm speaking in Romanian, English. I knew a little bit of French and German. We have lots of questions, so why we don't just jump straight into them? So I'll start with the first one. What's your font that you're using in your slides?
Let me check real quick. I think it's called Space Mono. It is a font that I was using inside of Canva, which is the software I was using to make the slides.
Great. Another question that popped in is the international object prefer to the date.locale string method, or are they essentially the same thing? It's
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure if there's
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Bye-bye. Before going to our next speaker, just go ahead to slido.com, use the code 1415, and say, how did you like Daria's talk? It's if you have like your opinions, we really looking forward to your feedback as well. Also, don't forget to join Daria's room if you have access to the summit track on the spatial chat as well. So spatial.chat and check Daria's room there. Now, Metin.
Yeah, now
it's yours.
Yes, awesome, thanks. So before we continue, I want to thank one of our platinum sponsors, Shopify. Shopify last year announced that they're going in all in on React, but what does that actually mean? I'll explain you. It means React Native is now the default language for mobile app development, and it means creating apps in React Native like Shop, one of the top shopping apps in the Apple App Store, and it means continuous development of the admin powered entirely by React and GraphQL, which supports over 1 million merchants globally. Really cool that Shopify has done this. So check out shopify.com, shopify.engineering to learn more about what they're doing. And now, well, what a coincidence. We have a speaker from Shopify. Trish Da is a staff developer at Shopify with over 9 years of experience working on web applications. She has started her career working on web applications, creating data visualizations, and she's working on front-end libraries that empower developers to build good things on top of Shopify's platform. So she's going to be talking about remote rendering with web workers. So it's going to be a speed talk, I guess. Let's see what she has to tell us. Before she starts, she wants to know a little bit more about you people watching at home. And I will also be answering, of course. So she wants to know, what hobbies did you pick up during the pandemic? So did you start cooking more? Did you work out more? Did you do some chess, some woodworking? I don't know what the options are from the top of my head, but let us know and we'll get back to it after Trish's talk. If you have any questions for Trish, you can do so in the Discord channel Basecamp Q&A. But right now, it's time to go to the Basecamp Q&A track and give some nice clap emojis, send some GIFs of people giving an applause, take a photo of yourself giving an applause. Just let Trish know that you're looking forward to her talk. And now, Trish, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Trish Ta. Thanks for joining me for this talk about remote rendering with web workers. Today, I will walk you through how we built Argo, an extensible framework that allows rendering of remote content inside of Shopify's apps. Here's what we'll be covering today. I'll talk about the core concepts, how we built Argo, the end-to-end flow, how we can swap out React, and I'll follow up by having a quick demo of all the pieces working together. Here are the core concepts behind remote rendering. First, we need to create a JavaScript sandbox. This sandbox allows us to securely execute code in a background thread. The communication to the main thread can be achieved by sending messages. This is implemented as a web worker on web. On iOS and Android, this is implemented as a headless JavaScript engine. Next, we need to implement a remote procedure call layer, RPC for short. This is a protocol that enables one program to call the service in another program. Finally, we make use of proxies. A proxy is a wrapper that intercepts and redefines the target's core operations, such as invoking functions or accessing properties. I'll talk about how we built Argo. First of all, what we were trying to achieve is to enable remote rendering. What this means is allowing an external script to define the UI and then let the main application render it natively. The framework allows the external script to exchange data with the main application. That results in UI being rendered and custom behavior to be executed. So the objectives we were trying to achieve are to provide a good user experience. Injected UI content is indistinguishable from Shopify's own native content on all platforms. We wanted to provide a good developer experience. External scripts can be built using familiar languages like JavaScript and TypeScript, and frameworks like React or Vue, and etc. And we also wanted to provide a security layer. The external script can only access and execute APIs provided by Shopify. At a high level, this is what we were trying to do. We have a JavaScript sandbox that loads an external script inside of it. Through an RPC proxy, the script can call the render UI inside the main application. When a user interacts with the UI, for example, clicking on a button, if the handler is defined inside the external script, the main application can call the handler through the RPC layer. Argo was built on top of a library called Remote UI. This library provides the following: a communication layer between the JavaScript sandbox and the main application, a remote component tree that the external script can operate on and the host can render, a proxy layer to allow the host to call functions defined in the JavaScript sandbox and vice versa. Now I'll talk to you about the end-to-end flow of how the content is rendered. On web, first the host does some setup steps to set up the worker. Then we load the external script. And then the external script constructs UI using our libraries. Then it calls to render. This results in the host receiving a message with the serialized component tree, which is finally rendered as UI. Digging into the host setup, we are building an extension component that can communicate with a web worker. We start by setting up the worker and the RPC layer. We create a worker with a worker.js file. I'll dive deeper into what this is later. And then we call create endpoint to create a communication channel between the host and the worker. This create endpoint function is provided by Remote UI. And then we return the extension, the endpoint's call method. This is a proxy that allows functions from inside the worker to be executed by the host asynchronously via message passing. Next, we set up an instance of the remote receiver. This receiver manages an internal component tree that can be operated on in response to messages. We also set up a controller, which specifies the implementation to use when rendering UI. In this example, we are allowing buttons to be rendered using the button component from the Polaris UI library. The host gets to decide which components will be used. This makes it possible to swap out components depending on what's needed. The last step is to render the remote renderer component from the Remote UI library and pass it the receiver and controller. The remote renderer is responsible for converting the component tree it receives into UI using the implementation specified by our controller. Now let's look at what's inside the worker script. Inside the worker, we define a render function the host will be able to call with a script URL, extension point, and a message handler. The first step is to call import scripts with the external script URL to load it. Then we'll create a remote route and pass our message handler. This sets up the connection between the host receiver and the worker's remote route. We also create a map of registered extension callbacks. We rely on the external script to populate the map. When render is called, we get the registered callback for the extension point and then call it with the remote route. Here, we can also pass in additional data or APIs so that the external script can get access to it. But this example only shows us passing in the remote route. Next, we set up the worker's RPC layer by creating an endpoint to the worker. This is the counterpart to the endpoint created on the host. We then call to expose the render function. Internally, the RPC layer automatically manages storing the function in memory and then responding to a message from the host to trigger the render function when necessary. This seamlessly allows the worker and host to exchange data and make proxy calls to each other. Another thing that's inside the worker file is to set up globals available for the external script. Here's where we expose the extend function under the namespace Shopify. The external script will be able to call this function to register a callback to be saved in the map we saw earlier. And then we are also able to restrict globals available to the external script. We are removing the ability to call import scripts so that additional scripts cannot be loaded. Finally, once the render function is set up inside the worker, the host just needs to call render with the external script and the extension point. The extension point is set up to a string playground. This is just a representation of a point available on the host, which external scripts can execute custom behavior on. We are also passing through the receiver.receive method that will serve as the handler for messages coming in from the remote route. Let's jump into the external script inside the worker. Once it's loaded, the custom behavior can be executed. Here's an example of an external JSX script rendering custom UI. First, the script imports a button component from our library. The script then creates an app component that renders a button with a title and a callback assigned to the onPress property. Writing the script is exactly the same as writing any other React app. Let's dive into the button component from the Argo React library. It is constructed by calling the create remote React component provided by remote UI. This function follows the same interface as a React functional component. One thing to note is that the onPress is now converted to a function that returns a promise. This is because all functions passed through the RPC layer always returns a promise, as they are executed asynchronously via message passing. And if you're using an editor with TypeScript enabled, you get access to static typing and code completion, just like any other React component. Once the script sets up the app component, it needs to call to actually render the UI. The Argo library provides two functions, extend and render. Extends provide a way to set a callback for a particular extension point. In this example, we are setting the callback for the playground extension point, which is the same one enabled by the host. Then we set the callback to be calling render and return our app component we defined earlier. If we dig into the extend method provided by the library, this simply calls Shopify extend, the method that we've defined earlier in the worker script. The library takes care of the implementation details by providing the extend function. Similarly, the Argo library also provides the render method that takes care of the implementation details. At a high level, this function takes in a render callback and returns a function that can be triggered with a remote root. It then sets up a custom React reconciler. To keep things simple, I have omitted our custom configs that's passed into the reconciler, but you can think of this reconciler as a similar reconciler to React DOM or React Native. However, it's hooked up to our remote root, and this allows the remote root to manage the internal component tree and communicate with the host in order to actually do the UI rendering. So once the reconciler is set up, we call the external scripts render callback. And then we append the results to the remote root container. And finally, we call mount on the remote root. On the host side, we get a mount message and the children from the remote root as the payload. Digging into the render payload, we get an array of objects representing each node in the tree. Recall that we are setting the props as follows in the external script. We have a button with a title and an on-press callback. This gets converted into a node that has a unique ID, the type that represents its implementation, and the props as specified. You can see that onPress is now converted to a proxy function. When the proxy is called, the RPC layer takes care of calling the right handler with the matching proxy ID from inside the worker. And then the say hi callback is triggered. We also receive children as an array of objects. In this case, we don't have any children, so the array is empty. Finally, the renderer on the host side converts the payload into UI. Internally, the renderer takes care of converting each node in the component tree by recursively calling React create element with the implementation and the props for each child. Now that we've covered how UI is rendered, I'll walk you through how UI gets updated based on user inputs. Here we have an example of an external script rendering a text field with the value prop managed internally using state. When a user types into the text field, the onChange proxy is called, which triggers the setTextValue method to update the state inside the worker. The text field value prop is updated with the new text value. Internally, React reconciler calls the remote root to handle updating the component tree. This in turn sends an updated message through the receiver on the host, which then triggers an update to its internal root. Finally, the renderer is called with the updated root that contains the updated props for the text field, resulting in a UI being rendered. Now that we've covered how Argo is built on web using React, I'll talk about how React can be swapped out. Looking back at the end-to-end flow for rendering UI, a few pieces can be replaced. Different client libraries can be used by the script to construct the UI. For example, the Argo React library can be replaced with Vanilla.js or Vue.js. Similarly, we can swap out the renderer on the host side with another implementation. React DOM can be replaced with Swift or Kotlin or React Native. Swapping out the pieces is possible as long as the contract between the JavaScript sandbox and the host is maintained. The same render payload with the serialized component tree is sent, no matter which library the external script is using to construct the UI. Similarly, no matter how the UI is rendered on the host, when a user interaction on the UI results in calling a handler on the external script, the host triggers the handler via a proxy. Now, I'll show a quick pre-recorded demo of how all the pieces work together. have an external script rendering a form and a banner into Shopify on web and iOS. For this example, I've enabled live reload, which will allow us to see the updated UI as we change our code. Now I'll demonstrate how we can pull in and utilize additional APIs provided by Shopify. The library provides useful hooks in order to do that. We'll call the use extension API hook. And from the API, we'll pull out the toast object, which contains a method to call to show a toast message. Now, all we want to do is output the content of our form in a toast message as a JSON string. Once this refresh, we can test out our new callback. So I'm filling out the form, and now if I hit submit, I get a toast message with my form data. I can also do the same on iOS. Notice that iOS has rendered the picker as a native picker component. And when we submit, we get a toast message, just like on web. The same external script is used to render content on both iOS and web. And the content is exactly like how native Shopify content appears. So that concludes the presentation. Argo was built with flexibility in mind and security in mind. I hope this talk allowed you to learn more about how it works. Thanks for watching.
I don't know what to say, Trish. That was amazing. If you wouldn't mind going on the Discord server yourself and checking the questions and answering for a little bit, then I can just go and try to implement this in my project. It looked really cool. Unfortunately, I have to work today here. So let's start with looking at the poll results of your question. Trish, would you mind joining me on stage so we can have a look at the results? Hey.
Hi.
Good to see you again. So people, Trish has asked which hobbies you've picked up during the pandemic. And it looks like 50% of you have started playing video games, or I'm thinking maybe played more video games. 44% exercise. Good to see people are staying healthy and working out. I know a lot of developers tend not to work out, so good to see that a lot of people are doing so. Reading, of course, great to see. Board games, oh, I love that. And some houseplants. Really good to see people investing in the fresh air in their home. How about you, Trish? What have you been doing?
As you can see from my background, mostly houseplants. I picked up like maybe 50 houseplants since COVID started. Also video games. I wish I picked up more exercise. That's, on my to-do list.
Well, if you got 50 plants, that's 1 a week. And that's a lot of walking and biking to get the plants, right? So that's kind of exercise.
Oh yeah, and walking around the house, watering them, bringing them down to, clean them and water them. Yeah, it's a lot of work. A lot of
carrying
exercise.
all that water.
Exactly.
No, great job. So I myself have been picking up woodworking. I wouldn't say I'm good, but hey, it's something else in development. So we're going to go to the audience questions. And yeah, hopefully you can give some insights to the things they want to know. For me, web workers have also always felt like black magic. So really cool to see that you've managed to make them your own. First question is from Sasha. In what context would you use this strategy? This is a completely new concept to me, so it would be nice to understand why that's something we would want to use.
Okay, so the concept here is allowing any external code to render inside main application. So at Shopify, we have different applications that can be extended by third-party developers. So developers can build on top of our platform. So that means we want to be able to run their code securely and then have them execute custom behavior, render custom UI in our own apps. And an additional challenge is that our apps are written in many different languages. So it could be built in React Native, it could be
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Go to the Slido webpage, probably you still have it open, and press this 5 buttons, 5 stars. How did you like Trish's talk? Let us know. We've been at it for almost 2 hours now, and I think it's time for a little breather. So we have about a 10 minutes break, so be sure to come back soon. Just keep the stream running, and I'll call you back before we start with the real content. If you don't need a break, there's a discussion room starting on Spatial Chat right now. So if you're not going to go to Trish's Spatial Chat, you're not going to have your break, you can go to the UX with concurrent mode and suspense discussion room hosted by Nikhil Sharma. You can join by clicking the link in the timeline below the player on the website. You can go there now, and it's starting any moment. And otherwise, just have your break, stretch your legs, maybe do some push-ups, work out a little bit, and see you back in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build frame.
We're back, everyone. Come back. Come back to your computer. Come back to your television. We're continuing with the program. All right. Are you sitting? Relax. There's no need to rush. We're going to go to our panel discussion in a bit. But first, I would like to thank our platinum sponsor, WordPress Engine, your WordPress digital experience platform driving your business forward faster. Thanks a lot for sponsoring us. I also want to thank AWS Amplify. You can build scalable and performant full-stack web applications and mobile apps with AWS Amplify, hosting, authentication, data storage, and all seamlessly integrated into the same infrastructure as companies like Netflix, Nike, Samsung, and of course, Amazon. Thanks a lot for sponsoring this event. Now we're going to have a little chat about web performance and core web vitals. This is going to be a panel hosted by another MC, kind of the moderator, and that's Thomas Pios, and he's going to be leading this conversation. So Thomas, can you please come on stage and introduce the rest? Thanks.
Sure thing. So thank you very much for that introduction, and good morning or good afternoon to you all, wherever you may be. And thank you very much for joining us on this panel today. So with me, I have Cassidy, Hussein, and Eric, who are going to be joining this discussion on web performance and core web vitals with me, and I'll let them to introduce themselves to you. So let's start with Cassidy.
Hey everybody, my name's Cassidy Williams, and I'm a principal developer experience engineer at Netlify, and I like making memes. I think that's a good enough summary, am I right?
Yeah, thank you. Hussein?
Hi everyone, my name is Hussein Jerde, and I work on the Google Chrome team, focusing on improving open source frameworks and tooling.
Thank you. And last but not least, Eric.
Hi, my name is Eric Portis. I get to work with Tomas at Cloudinary, where I'm the web platform advocate. I'm trying to bring a little bit of Cloudinary's experience in media and the web to browsers and standards discussions, and also try to make sure that Cloudinary is making use of everything the web platform has to offer.
All right, thanks, Eric. And as Eric was saying, my name is Tomas. I work at Cloudinary as a developer experience engineer, and I'm happy to be here as well. So yay. Okay, so yeah, exciting. So I sent out a tweet just before we get to web performance. I sent out a tweet and I said there's going to be some jokes. So I'm going to start with one. It's going to be terrible, but I try to lighten up the mood. So it's a typical classic knock knock joke, right? So it goes like knock knock, an async function, who's there? Just, you know, just to get the mood. So thank you. All right, so on a more serious note, so today we're here to talk about web performance and core web vitals. And I guess my first question to you all is, you know, web performance is important, but can we talk about, you know, why is web performance important in the first place? Why developers should, you know, really care about this? And I'll go with Hussein for this first question.
For sure, yeah, definitely a good first question. Web performance in its core is a factor of accessibility. When anyone takes the time to ensure that their site meets a certain performance bar, they're making sure that their site is more accessible to more people. And as every year passes, more people are using the web in all parts of the world with all kinds of limitations, like a poor network connection or weaker device. If you take a look at resources like HTTP Archive to try and analyze how web performance is changing over time, you'll find out that although device and connection capabilities are improving worldwide, the web as a whole is getting slower at a much faster rate. So performance in itself isn't just a feature, it's a necessary measure to make sure a web page can be used by anyone at any time.
Okay. Anyone else would like to add something to that?
Only that I love it and I agree. That's the most succinct way I've ever heard it said, because it really is true. There's so many users of the web that don't have fast internet connections, don't have the ability to just like load all the JavaScript in the world. And so being able to have a performance site that works and loads quickly and works quickly is so important just for people to be able to use the things that you make.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we established that, it's web performance is important. Now, you also mentioned, a lot of websites out there, there are a lot of people using the web. We can't deny the fact that the web is also visual, right? So every website that we visit is full of images, cat videos, more cat videos, videos about Cassidy doing her stuff. So there's, lots of visual content out there. So the question is, what can developers do to make sure that their sites still perform well, even if they have lots of images and a lot of media assets on the page? So, what options are available for them? Eric?
Yeah. So when I think about the visual web and performance, I worked with Tomasz last year on the HTTP archive or HTTP Almanac chapter on media. And sort of the top line finding there was that, 2/3 of the median website is media bytes. So you'd add all the bytes of the median website, 67% of them are for images and videos. And on the one hand, unlike, JavaScript or CSS, these are kind of cheap bytes. They don't block rendering. And while decoding images does take CPU time, it's not going to block the main thread for hundreds or thousands of milliseconds like JavaScript. But on the other hand, they can sort of have a big memory impact, which is important for battery life on certain devices. But maybe more importantly, they're often very important content, right? You mentioned the web becoming increasingly visual. We have this concept of a hero image or a hero element on a page, which is like, the product shot or headline image of a news story, maybe the video on a YouTube page, like the thing that someone came to the website to see. And it doesn't matter how many non-blocking like paints around that image are happening. The faster you show, the product that someone's thinking of maybe buying, the better the user experience is going to be, the better your business metrics are going to be. So I think the first and most important thing that people can do to improve media performance is actually to look at their website and figure out what's important and use some of the newer tools that the web platform is providing you, like preload and things to make sure that stuff is happening first and loading first, and then take everything else and make sure that it's getting out of the way. The best optimization you can do is to not load something at all. So things like for images and videos specifically, lazy loading things instead of preloading things that are going to be further down on the page or that are less important even above the fold is probably the most important and highest impact optimization thing you can do. Then of course, optimize your resources. It's kind of goes without saying, but it's a really complex and multidimensional problem. You've got to pick the right format for the content. If you have a logo that can be an SVG, use that. If you have a big photograph, don't send it as a GIF. Figuring out what format to use for different things is crucial. Dialing in quality settings that strike a good balance between quality and speed. And I could spend 20 minutes talking about this, but making your media responsive, which is a whole world unto itself, both to different browsers that support different formats and obviously different device resolutions and sizes. The good news is, while figuring out, what's important about a page, that first thing is a really human task that takes, work. Resource optimization and responsive delivery can in large part be automated. So maybe, let's say, the second most important thing you can do for media performance is to make sure that no one's actually doing it manually every time they check an image or a video onto a site. But I would say the most important thing you can do is to just track performance, media performance, and performance generally, and try to build a culture of performance within your organization that really cares. I can give somebody a million tips and tricks about how to optimize their media. None of that really matters if the problems in the longer term end up being invisible, or if there are organizational barriers preventing the people who do care from actually acting and solving these problems. That's the real hard work of media performance and just performance generally.
Okay, thank you. So it seems as developers have a lot of work to do to create a site that is performant. So do you have any recommendations to sort of tools or things that they can use in order to measure and monitor the performance of a given site? So I don't know, maybe Cassidy, do you have any sort of tools at your disposal that you would recommend to developers to use?
There's this really great quote from Phil Hawksworth on my team where he said, "To make my site fast, I simply didn't add things that made it slow." And so that's something that it's something to consider, because oftentimes the best tool that you can add is nothing. And it's just like, don't add as much bloat as you can. But besides that, in terms of tools that you can use and things that you can do, a lot of developers are going more and more towards the Jamstack way of building, in terms of pre-building as much of your site as you can and pulling in data as needed. And in doing a lot of that, it's just a lot less code running when a page is loaded. It's just something that has already been run on our end, so that way it's easier for users of your sites to be able to use it. And which is a silly sentence, users use it. But anyway, between those things and then just all the different measurement tools, whether you use Lighthouse, which I'm sure Hussein has plenty to say about those kinds of things, and also just kind of looking at your bundle sizes, utilizing your logs in a really good way, and really just see where are things the slowest, where are things that you can improve here and there. You can kind of keep it simple while also just kind of, again, try not to add too much complexity. Try to keep things as small as you can.
Okay. Hussein, did you want to say something about Lighthouse?
Yeah, no, like Cassidy, I think, hit the nail on the head. There are a lot of tools out there, but even before using these tools, essentially just making sure that you're not shipping anything that you don't need. These tools will help. Lighthouse is one of them. It's an open source auditing tool that was started by the Chrome team, but it's open source, and it measures performance among other page factors, and it gives a score on how well you're performing, as well as what exactly you can do to improve. Now, Lighthouse provides scores as sort of a lab-based environment. There are other tools out there that do very similar things, like Chrome User Experience Report, but they give you performance scores on real users on your site. So both Lighthouse, both Chrome User Experience Report, and there's even other tools within Google, outside of Google, that can really help developers pinpoint exactly what issues are happening. And they're just a good forcing function to make sure that your thresholds are met and your bars are met. But again, if you don't even need to use the tools in the first place, you're doing something pretty well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do like Lighthouse myself as well, and I use it quite a lot. I also like how it tells you stuff about the visuals on your website as well. So it actually tells you whether your image is in the next-gen format. And as far as I know, it's because it's open source, you can also sort of create your own tests and add that to Lighthouse, which is very, very useful as well. Okay, so quick joke time. Do you know how you help JavaScript errors? You console them. Okay, I'll probably stop my camera in a minute. So yeah, I should, okay. All right, so moving on. The other part of this discussion, we talked about web performance, but let's also talk about core web vitals. So what are they? Where did they come from? How are they going to help developers? Are they helping developers? Are they helping the end users? What can people do with core web vitals? Let's start with Hussein.
Yeah, so Web Vitals is a Google initiative that provides a set of metrics that lets anyone measure user experience on their site and identify important opportunities to improve. Core Vitals are a subset of the entire list of Web Vitals and are currently 3 useful metrics. Largest contentful paint, which is an indicator of speed that measures how long it has taken for the largest element on the page to fully load. Cumulative layout shift, which measures visual stability by calculating the number of layout shifts that occur during a session. And first input delay, which provides an indicator of responsiveness and interactivity by measuring how long it takes a page to respond after the first user interaction. Now, these set of metrics can and will most likely evolve over time, but they're important for developers because they provide a simpler way to quantify the most pressing issues on a site for a developer to focus on. They're like the tools that I mentioned and Cassie was talking about, Lighthouse, Chrome User Experience Report, they're all beginning to embed these metrics within these tools. And both measuring them in a lab environment and a real world sort of environment. You also want to make sure that the thresholds that these metrics are set are being met, and they help signify what a good loading experience is, because it's hard usually to say what makes a good performance site. These metrics are a way to sort of follow that direction.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to add something to that?
What's cool to see is that more and more frameworks and libraries are taking those kinds of core web vitals into account. Like I know, for example, the Next.js team, they worked with Google to get some actual measurement functionality in the framework itself, so that way you can measure that on your own. And it's really cool to see that going more and more towards being common in the industry, because if more and more people are actually using core web vitals and other performance metrics, it makes for a more performant web and like Hussein was saying before, a more accessible web. And so I don't have a lot to add in terms of like, these are what they are, but I am excited to see more and more people using them.
Okay, thank you. Actually, just a follow-up question for you, Hussein. So you mentioned these three metrics. Could you tell us in 1 or 2 sentences, what they do, what they intend to measure?
Yeah, so the idea behind sort of having 3 metrics is to measure essentially all the aspects or the most important aspects of page experience, right? So the first one, large cancel paint, indicates speed. How fast does it take for something to render on a page? Human layout shift measures actual shifts happening. I'm sure many of us here have experienced sites where we try to click on a button and then an ad banner pops up and it's just frustrating, right? So like, how do you quantify that? Right? Human layout shift actually provides a way to do that. And first input delay provides an extra factor of kind of measuring how long does it take for a site to respond, right? Like maybe there's content. Maybe the content loads within half a second. But some of us, I'm sure, have experienced trying to click on a button, nothing. Is to measure all the most important aspects of a page in terms of performance. And again, this is going to evolve, right? So these are sort of initially what Chrome thought and Google thought are essential. But we're working with browser vendors, we're working with communities to try and figure out what else can we do. Should we add more metrics? Should we change them? Should we change how they work? And this is going to be an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess right, so if you have a hero image being the largest content above the fold when your page loads, you want to make sure that you optimize that to get a good LCP score. I think that's a valid statement, right? Okay. So it's important to. Okay, cool. So developers use sites. So are you aware of any sort of tools and techniques that these frameworks provide you to create performance sites? Cassidy, do you have any sort of samples for us or examples?
I kind of touched on it earlier when I mentioned how Next.js added those kind of performance metrics, but it's one of those things where the developer community has been kind of going all in on this. Like, I can't tell you how many Gatsby plugins have been made to just to measure performance and to optimize images and stuff, and you're seeing this across the board where people are making their own individual plugins. I mean, even at Netlify, there's a build plugin that will automatically run Lighthouse on your build no matter what.
Sort of Next.js as one example. The work that I do in Chrome is pretty much focused on trying to figure out ways for these frameworks and tools to perform better. I think in the past year, 2 years, 3 years, we've realized that although we can tell developers that there are many ways to improve performance on our site, and although that's useful, the ideal state would be the tools that developers use, like these frameworks, are already ensuring that their site is performance so that the developer doesn't have to do any work. The Next.js is a good example because we in Chrome, a small team within Chrome, have started working closely with the Next.js team and the React team, trying to figure out ways how can we bake in better defaults. The Web Vitals, Core Vitals analytics dashboard in Next.js is a great example, like Cassidy mentioned. That's only one of the things we helped with. We're also talking with the Angular team. We're working with the Nux team and the Vue team, and our features, so the developers don't have to worry about them. They can just measure these core vitals, but they don't have to actually worry about doing all the work themselves.
Okay, awesome. And I think just to add something on top, if I may, I think most of these frameworks, I think all of these frameworks, React, Angular, etc., they all provide you with features like component level lazy loading, right? So you can just leverage that and utilize it in your code, and your app is going to perform better. Also, latest releases of Chrome support image lazy loading natively as well, so you can also utilize it. So there are lots of tools at your disposal. Okay, so
really
yes.
quick, what kind of image saves the day? A hero image.
Okay, that was a good one. And unplanned.
Yes.
Okay, so
sorry.
No, that's fine. It's fine. I have another one. So why are developers unhappy at their job? Because they want a raise.
Nice. Excellent.
Okay. Right. So, how much time do we have left, roughly? Let's see here. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay. So I have a question. 10 minutes. Okay. So I have a question to Eric. So we talked about, visual web. We talked about largest contentful paint. We talked about Lighthouse. What if I see something in Lighthouse that says use a next-gen image format? So what does that mean? Could you tell us what is the next-gen image format and how is it related to web performance?
Yeah, we're at a really interesting time as far as images on the web. It seems like forever we've had a very stable collection of universally supported formats. JPEG, PNG, GIF, SVG, and the decision about what format to deploy and what scenario was, at least, if not always simple, knowable, right? But now we're in this crazy new time where, a few years ago, WebP started making inroads onto the scene, and recently now enjoys universal support. I think Safari shipped support this past year, and so now that's a format you can use anywhere. And which is great, except for in old browsers. And now there's even more confusing things, because you have AVIF, which just was supported in Chrome, I think, last fall, and hopefully this year it's behind the flag right now in Canary, JPEG XL, which is another next generation image format. And these, JPEG is a since then, and these new formats all try to bring those new advances to the web in a way that's compatible with the web's open nature and patent story and all of that. And they're really cool. Like you can play with them. And probably the easiest way to do it is in an excellent app, a web app called Squoosh.app. And you can just fiddle with encoding settings and just see how small these images can get in these new formats. And of course, you want to bring those savings to users. The jury's still a little bit out on definitive, this format is 20% bigger than this, and it all depends. But in general, with that disclaimer, WebP's maybe a quarter better, can do than JPEG for general sorts of images, and AVIF and JPEG XL, are even twice that as far as gains. So these are gains that you want to bring to your users. Doing so is complicated when users don't all have support, because the last thing you want to ship to somebody is a broken image. And there's a couple ways that you can send different resources to different users. One is to use the picture element, which has various source elements and you can, that have a media attribute, or sorry, a type attribute. And the browser looks at that type attribute and says, oh, here's an AVIF. I can actually load that. I'm going to load that. Oh, I can't load that. I'm going to go to the next one. Oh, there's the JPEG. I'll just load that instead. So that's a markup-based solution. You can also do it server side. For ages on the web, we've had the accept header, which the browser advertises, hey, server, here's what I want. Here's what I actually can load. And the server says, oh, okay, here's what I can give you. So I'll give you the best format that you can actually use. So that all happens at the HTTP header level, and that stuff is easier to automate maybe than the markup based solutions. But yeah, so doing the work to figure out how to add, making your life as a developer maybe a little bit more complex, but doing that for your end users is pretty important.
Okay, so to sum it up, you can save kilobytes, and you can potentially allow websites to load faster as well, because the image size is going to be smaller, right? So that sums it up.
Right.
Also, one thing to add, right? So we did mention the Jamstack for multiple reasons. You can use CDN providers for this automated next-gen image delivery, but also some of these static site generators that are used within the Jamstack have image components that can do that for you as well. So you have a lot of options in that space. So last question, and this will go to you, Hussein, if you don't mind. So this is back to Lighthouse. You do have the LCP and the CLS metrics, the largest contentful paint and the cumulative layout shift metrics in there, but you don't have the FID metric presented in Lighthouse. But is there maybe a proxy that developers can use to check for an FID or a value that's close to that, so that they can start working on getting their FID metrics better?
Yeah, that's a great point. And the thing about FID, or first input delay, is that it requires some sort of interaction. And the way Lighthouse actually traces the site, right? Like it's doing it manually. There's no way to actually indicate an actual click or an interaction. So there's other ways, I think, that are sort of better to measure first input delay. There's a library called Web Vitals built by Philip on my team. And what that does, it actually provides an easy wrapper around the performance observer APIs, so that you can always hook it to any site. And the idea is, if you wanted to measure first input delay on your site, you can easily just include the getFID function include the right polyfills if the browser needs it, and then you can log it to your console or even send it to Google Analytics or anywhere else. And that way you can actually start measuring first input delay as you're trying out your own site. Like I mentioned earlier, there's tools like the Chrome User Experience Report that allows you to measure this, in the past 30 days on your site by all the users accessing your site. And there's also even a Chrome extension that someone on my team also built that allows you to also just see the values. And again, it'll require that user interaction, and you can open that Chrome extension, and I think it's called the Web Vitals Chrome extension, and you can see that first input delay value show. So there's definitely other ways besides Lighthouse, and it's definitely important to just realize, okay, this requires some interaction. Let me see if I can actually find out.
All right, and yeah, just to confirm, that's exactly how the extension is called, because I'm using that quite frequently. Okay, thank you for that. So we have a couple of minutes left. I would like to take this opportunity. I will give you 10 seconds to think about your answer. If there would be one single thing that you would recommend people to remember, in terms of what we discussed today, like one thing that they can go and change today on their website, what would that be? How what would be one thing? Maybe use a WebP image, or do this or do that. What would be the thing that you would tell them to do after this call, or after this day at the conference? So I'm going to start with Cassidy.
I would say get rid of the code that you're not using, and any code that you're shipping to the browser that's not actually running, as much as possible. There's a lot of things like, for example, media queries. I think they're great for styling pages and adding breakpoints and stuff, but they were kind of designed for a time where things weren't as mobile, where a lot of actual business and things were being run on a phone. And there's a lot of things that you can do with your code where you can take out certain elements of it, but you can also just not render certain things on the page. Instead of hiding it with CSS, you could say, you know what, I'm actually just going to say, if a page is a certain size, I'm just not going to render this component in React or something. And getting rid of that code that runs on the page as much as possible is the thing that will help your site be more performant.
Okay, perfect. Eric?
I would say it's nothing you can do with your site, but something you could do with your team, which is have some process. The best thing you can do maybe is actually hook it up to like a build process or something, like Cassidy was saying you can do in Netlify, but hook some sort of performance metric tool up to something that's going to get run regularly that people will look at. Because there's the old engineering adage that you can't you can't see you can't improve what you can't measure or something. I'm screwing that up, but anyway. Just being able to see problems and see improvements over time is the more impactful than any individual change. And it'll drive more and more changes going forward as the platform evolves, as your understanding of what of performance best practices evolves, and as your product evolves. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Eric. And last but not least, Hussein.
Would it be okay if I said, I was going to say exactly what Eric said, automation, I think is key. Yeah. So I think just understanding that automating everything that you can is going to be the best way to improve performance. Lighthouse has a CI tool that you can use. Web page test has a GitHub hook that you can use. And I think there's so many examples of that to just sort of make sure you're seeing performance change over time. And even if the frameworks and bundlers you're using, find out ways within those tools to automate as well. Is there a component like the Next.js image component that allows you to optimize images without doing any work? And the list goes on. So I think that is one thing I would definitely say is the most important thing to think about.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much for joining me on this panel. So this was Cassidy, Eric, and Hussein. Thank you very much. You will find all our details. Thank you. All of our details, I think, on the conference page. Sorry, I heard some voices in my earpiece. So you will find all our Twitter handles, I think, on the conference page. So feel free to, and I'm speaking for all of you now, so feel free to reach out for us for any questions in terms of web performance and core web vitals. I hope you enjoy this panel and do enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
All right. Such a great discussion around performance. I think it's a really important aspect of us as developer to just have performant web apps and applications in general. And just go ahead, grab your phone, go to slido.com, use 1415, the code, and tell us how did you like the panel discussion about web performance and core web vitals. Right now, it's Michael Jackson and Kenzie Dotz will be speaking in the discussion room on Remix on Discord. So go ahead and discuss with them there. They're waiting for you. All right, so now it's time for our next speaker is Dave. But before going and discuss with him, this is actually a fireside chat. Dave wants to know do you use or have you used Recoil in the past? Just go ahead to slido.com, use 1415 and answer there. We'll come back to this question after it. And now, don't forget to also ask your question on the Discord. We will go through them and address those. So why don't we give a big round of virtual applause on Basecamp Q&A channel to Dave. And invite Dave on stage. Hi, Dave.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for coming, and I'm really happy to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's definitely exciting to get to chat. I regret that the place I'm staying doesn't have a fireplace. We'll just have to pretend.
Yeah, I just moved to Prague now because I've stayed during the holidays in Romania, and now I'm in Prague. But here it's much better. I'll have to say, the weather is much better. I'm so happy to have you here. I was listening to your talk about Recoil.js, and it's so nice. I mean, there are so many state management solutions out there, right? But Recoil, since it's coming from Facebook and from you especially, it's really great to see that. But before anything, could you please give us some details about who you are, what you do, and what's your daily job, basically?
Sure. So my name is Dave McCabe. I have worked at Facebook for a few years now, and most of that work's been focused on performance analysis tools. So most of you have used the profiler in your browser, where you measure what's taking so much time and why things are slow, and where the code is spending its time, that kind of thing. I spend a good deal of time building tools that are like that, but they don't just take a single measurement. They're based on like many different measurements that have been taken from production and then aggregated. So if you can imagine a profiler like that, but everything that you see is a statistical distribution instead of just a single measurement. And you can do different analyses based on what variables might be affecting performance of your app. So whether it's the type of device that somebody's using, or things about the user, maybe something slow for people that have a lot of friends, different types of things like that, or whether it's affected by a code change, configuration change. So I spent quite a bit of time building stuff like that, and Recoil kind of was extracted out of an app that had certain pretty specific needs, and we decided to kind of pull that out and make it a separate library.
Wow, so many things. It's yeah, I'll not say anything about myself now. It's I would like to just shut down the camera and just pretend that
Why do you say that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that. Cool. So since I don't see any questions on the Discord, so I just if anyone has any questions, just address those, and we will discuss. But I have some questions prepared.
Okay, great.
And the first one is that I saw a couple of times on Twitter, especially, is the following: is this meant to replace Redux?
I would say that your first choice, if you're looking to replace Redux, is to see if you can just do what you need with React only, or with React and Relay. And there's actually a lot of advantages to that if you don't have a separate system. So, but I would say that if you're hitting certain performance limits with that in particular situations that we can talk about with Redux, then Recoil might be a good option for you.
Great. Now I see a question coming from Jordi, but it also came earlier from BKG. They're saying that what is the status of Recoil? It seems to still be in beta. It seems like it would solve our problems, but it's hard to convince others because it's a beta product. What are your thoughts around it?
Yeah, it's being actively maintained. We actually just put out a release about a week ago that has some really nice improvements, and more is on the way. It's being used by a lot of different things inside Facebook, so we depend on it. It's not going to disappear, but we kind of consider it to be an experimental project because it's not something where the company is saying, we totally endorse this is what everybody should use, which is the case for example, with React. React has a very, very high quality bar, and it should work for basically any app that you want to write. We think you should do it with React. Same is true of Relay. Recoil is more of something that could be useful, and if it's useful for you, then we're very happy to make it available. But what its sort of really long-term future is unclear.
All right.
I don't look at Recoil and say this is definitely the answer, capital T, capital A. You know what I mean?
Regarding those little updates, I saw recently that Recoil was bumped to 0.2, right? And can you just please tell us more about the improvements that you guys did, or you did in general, and what bugs were fixed in general? A high level.
There was
what happened?
Sure. The two main improvements in 0.2 were a new implementation of selectors that is much more robust and fixes a bunch of kind of bugs that probably most people wouldn't have hit, but you could. And then it's a lot faster if you have a really large number of atoms. Like if you have thousands, tens of thousands of atoms, it would bog down. And now that should be a lot better. Which we actually use in certain apps that use Recoil. We'll have, like, let's say you have a document and every element in the document is represented by an atom, right? So that's the kind of thing that it's meant to be good for. And that actually works a lot better now. Regarding the selectors, it's so something that's unique about Recoil selectors is that they can have dynamic dependencies. So every time you execute the selector, it's not that it has statically declared a set of other atoms or selectors that it depends on. And just to maybe step back, if people aren't familiar with it, a selector, the way we think of it is a function. It's a pure function of some other state that just has information about what state it needs, so that when that state changes, that function will be reevaluated. And so that, like, a component could subscribe to state, but it can also subscribe to a function of the state, if that makes sense, right? So you end up with this graph, this like data flow graph, and that things are flowing from state down through these functions and into components. And most things that do something like that, the shape of that graph is known ahead of time. But in Recoil, it can actually change. It's a function technically of the state, so it's not like chaos. It's, you know, at a given state, the graph will have a particular shape, but you discover that by evaluating the selectors. And then when they run, can say, I need this data, but that can be conditional. So in one state, it subscribes to some data, and in a different state, it does not. So far, so good. The basic way that you would want to implement selectors is that, like, if you're just, you know, sitting down and thinking about how I do this, you'd have like a cache where the entries are like sets of dependencies. So it's like, you know, these were my dependencies, they were in this state, and so then here's the value that I got, right? That doesn't actually work if you have dynamic dependencies, because a particular evaluation of a selector, if it's asynchronous, that the like set of dependencies it has, and hence the cache key that it should have, is will actually change over the asynchronous execution of that selector. And so basically, it was just this big kind of redo of all that to separate those concepts. You have like the execution of a selector, and then you have like the value that's been evaluated for a particular state at a particular point in time. And those are two different things.
Ooh, a lot of things happen,
and so
actually.
the upshot of that is just that there was a lot of edge cases that could happen with async selectors that are now fixed. So that should be a really robust feature.
Okay, so related to selectors, Jyrok94 asked a question: are there patterns or gotchas when creating selectors that would cause performance hits or unneeded renders?
Yeah, I think the main thing to look out for that is that Recoil is based on the idea that you would separate out your state into little atoms that are individual, compared to, if you're thinking about it sort of the way you might think about it in, say, Redux or some other systems, you have a big like store with all of your state in it, sort of one unit, and that is updated atomically. And then you have selectors that are pulling out little parts, like this bit is going to be used by this component, this bit's going to be used by this component. So they're sort of selecting them, right? That approach eventually hits a scaling limit, because as you have in selectors, whenever any state changes, you have to evaluate all of those selectors again to see whether the things that are downstream of them need to update. So you don't want to wind up in a situation like that, and Recoil doesn't optimize that at all, if that's what you're trying to do. So it will not bail out early if you have a selector that's its value doesn't change. So the way that you want to do it in Recoil is to already take the things in your state that would independently be updated and separate them out into different atoms. That's the main thing that I see people running into. So you want to like break up the state into little pieces. And then Recoil does provide you with an API that'll let you update them together as a single unit.
Great. I have another question about the new update. So Recoil previously was dependency free, right? There were no third-party dependencies. And now in 0.2, you've added the hash array map tree plus package. Can you please expand on that, and what is the purpose of it, and why is that helpful?
Oh, right. Yeah, so that goes back to, I said there's two changes in point 2. I talked about the first one. The second one is just the improved performance. And that just comes from having a data structure that lets you do something that's like an as-if copy, like you're taking a big map or big set and copying it, but without actually having to do that, because that'll eventually slow you down a lot if you're just taking a built-in map or something and copying it. And so that library implements a data structure that lets you, basically, if you think of things, you can, this is probably easier with pictures, and if you Google for like hash trees, you'll see these. But basically what you want to do is divide up your structure into sort of segments that are then in a tree. And if you want a new copy of the whole tree, you just need to copy the segment where the changes happened and like all the nodes that point up to that. It's the basic idea. And everything else, you have a new tree, but it ends up, most of it goes down to the same sort of base level structure. And so that's what that implements. Yeah, it's just for improved performance if you have a really large number of atoms.
This actually reminds me, in the past, I was looking at Baobab.js, which is, are you familiar with Baobab? It's doing the same thing?
I don't know that I am. Why don't you talk about it a little bit? I'm not sure if I've heard of that specific library. Like the tree?
Yeah, exactly. So it's based on indexes, and yeah, it's basically it's like a tree, right? And you have leaves, and whenever something will update, will just trigger down the road. So whoever is listening to those changes will receive an update. But it's so cool to see like great and like so valuable third-party libraries, which are like really tiny in size, that can do so many good things for Recoil and also for other libraries, right? Because it's an implementation.
Yeah, you know, a lot of this stuff came out of I think of it as coming out of the Clojure community. Clojure with a J programming language really innovated a lot of stuff around these persistent data structures and sort of using them in practice. A lot of the, I mean, if you look at Recoil, it definitely, you'll see a resemblance to some of the stuff that exists in ClojureScript and that kind of thing. And it's really cool to see that getting adopted in JavaScript, and people figuring out how to use that stuff. Of course, the language doesn't really, you can't implement data structures like that at the full efficiency of the built-in ones. They're implemented, within the VM. But for certain applications, they definitely have a lot of value. So it's great that that's seeing adoption.
Yeah, thumbs up for that. I have another question from René. What is the advantage of a React context provider?
Compared to what?
Compared to Recoil, of course.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that you should, for most things, if you for most apps, you don't need to involve another library. So you can just do that with React. And a React context provider lets you have state that's sort of shared within a whole tree that is efficiently handled by React. There's not a lot of overhead to doing that. And then it'll work with different, potentially future React features. So like if you look at things that are coming down the pike in React, like server components, that type of thing. If you're using built-in React features, you are like guaranteed to have compatibility with whatever new features come out. If you're using some other library, including Recoil, it might or might not be compatible. So I wonder if they have something more specific in mind with their question, but that's just sort of what comes to mind.
Yeah, we will wait for René to pose there, but yeah, it's more like maybe the communication between like components. We are waiting for him just to add more details, maybe. Another question that popped 2 times actually was the state of the server-side rendering support in Recoil, and yeah, it's Guido actually asked this, and Butargak, hopefully I'll not misspelled it. If you can add something about SSR.
Yeah, we do support it. I'm not actually aware, I haven't heard from anybody using it, but we do get a bug report every now and again in that scenario. So I assume that people are using it, and we try to fix those bugs. So, you know, basically Recoil provides an API that you're probably gonna want to use if you're doing this, called initialize state, which is a prop of the Recoil root. And when you use that, it uses that state on that first render. And so that's what's going to be used for SSR.
Great. Another question from Jrock94. Can you unload atoms? If you are dynamically creating atoms by ID and you no longer need any of them, are they trapped in memory? Just before you answer, I actually went to Recoil.js docs, and you are actually mentioning there that is something that you are going to work in the future, but worth saying, maybe you can say more about that.
Yeah, so currently you would do that by manually deleting them with a hook that is called use reset recoil state, and that will clear out that value. Like, it's sort of resetting it, but it's really deleting it, resetting it to the default value. So that's what you can do at the moment. And then we have some changes coming out soon, hopefully, that will automatically free atoms. So you'll opt into it on a per atom basis. You'll say, I want this atom to be garbage collected, basically. And then when it's not being used by any components, it will get deleted. And we're using that internally and hope to release that in open source pretty soon. There is a slight API change. So there's going to be like one release where you get a warning that you need to like change a thing, and then another release where that feature will be turned on. Really small change, shouldn't affect most apps actually.
Amazing. Another question is, where can I use Recoil.js? And in your opinion, what's the best use case of it? If you can expand just a little on that as well.
Sure. Basically, you want to use it in situations where you have a bunch of different pieces of state, like an indefinite, not like a fixed number, but some variable number of different pieces of state that affect sort of distant leaves in your React tree. So if you think the tree, the basic assumption in React is that most updates are either going to be small or big. So either you're like updating one button because you click that button, or you're going to a different screen and you have to re-render everything, right? Like in most apps, most updates are in those two categories, and both of them are very efficiently handled by React. Where it doesn't work so well is when you have things that are updating quickly, but they're in distant parts of the tree. So it's not the whole tree, it's not one part, but it's like over here and over here, right? That's where you want those like sort of more subscription-based updates from some piece of state that's not like in a particular part of your tree. So you can use it in situations like that if you need it, but I'd really suggest you try to just build with React and see how far you get, and then you can kind of add recoil in as an extra ingredient if you hit a limit. The other thing you might want to look at that I'm surprised isn't more popular in open source is Relay. It's another Facebook library that we use very, very heavily at Facebook, and it has a really unique power, which is the ability to analyze a tree of React components, see what data they're going to need before they run, and take all that data and roll it up into a single query. And then you can actually start loading that query while the client is still downloading your JavaScript. So before the client even has the code to execute to know to run the query, you're already computing that query, you know, hitting the database with it, and you know, obviously you can't get faster than that. So if you're loading data and thinking about using the asynchronous selectors in Recoil to do that, see if you can do it with Relay first, because if you can, that's definitely always going to be faster.
Oh, amazing. Thanks for the tip. I'm pretty sure that whoever is listening now and will listen in the future, they will take a look at Relay as well. I have another question from Mr. Oz. Is there a better way to refresh async selectors than using request ID atom? Like request ID, it's request ID plus one, which returns request ID plus one.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the way I would do it. If that's Conversum, you can take that whole pattern and kind of wrap it up into something that will generate those for you. I think we actually have one of those. I'm not sure if it's open source, but it's very easy. You can write that once, and that's the way to do it, because that maintains the concept that a selector is a pure function of some state. So then when you get into things like, if you're going to do time travel debugging or something like that, or just kind of looking at the system, like everything is a pure function. It doesn't vary over time. You're explicitly modeling time, but then that's part of your explicit model that you could manipulate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I remember about when I first got started with React, which was almost 8 years now. There were mixins, there was no context API. There used to be a context API which was hidden somehow, and you need to dig really deep into React internals. But I remember we had such a big tree that at the end, we had so many properties that were sending down the road and basically cascading those. And we had so many unnecessary renders because it was in the middle of the tree. The component was basically just a proxy for those properties, because we are using the methodology Hey to Us, which is basically like an API explorer. So an API response will give you more endpoints where you can fetch more data based on the current resource. Basically, just think about Hey to Us as users endpoint API that will give you user 1 to 3 URLs that you can fetch forward. So we are having basically a representation of the API by components, React components. And I remember that everything was like really not that performant. So we had to do like should component update tricks and pass somehow on a global state. But then of course Flux and Redux appeared, and this state management solution. And nowadays it's Recoil, which it is looking really promising. It's really easy to use. I just went to the docs and I could really easily digest almost everything. Not the internals yet, but the overall API seemed really easy to go through. Speaking about getting started, yeah, I just sure should yeah.
I was just going to say thanks for that, and I'm happy to hear that it's easy for you. It's been very cool to see since React really changed the way that one thinks about user interfaces. Like there was a paradigm that was basically set in like the 1970s with the Xerox stuff of, object oriented, that whole way of looking at things that was carried through basically until React was invented. And now it's been this Cambrian explosion of like people figuring out how to actually use the new paradigm effectively. So it's been fun to kind of see all the different iterations of that. But what were you going to say?
Since I'm a really huge fan of React Native, am I able to run Recoil in a React Native environment?
Yeah, it's something that we don't use, but that is supported. So there's some folks in open source that have contributed to that and are trying to maintain that so that it works. It's part of our tests when we do a release. We make sure it works on React Native and that kind of thing. So in theory, yeah, it should work no problem in React Native. So happy to hear that you're using that technology as well.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I actually had access to it since it was in private because I was blessed that someone went to React.js conference when it was announced in 2016. So I'm playing with it since then. I truly love it. Actually, we are using it in Skype as well. So yeah, we're using React Native, and Electron. But for state management, we have our own solution, which it's open source. It's different compared to Recoil. But yeah, this is what worked for us. And it's pretty hard nowadays to revamp everything or rewrite everything, right? Because it's
definitely
pretty huge application.
Yeah.
And rewriting is not in general something really good. So yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking
it
about
takes an enormous effort to do that.
So, yeah, exactly.
What were you gonna
So
say?
does it worth it? You need to also do some measurements. Does it worth it or not?
Yeah.
Speaking about getting started, maybe there are people watching us that would like to start or getting started with Recoil. Do you have any examples or good practices that people can follow or look at?
Yeah, well, there's the website. If you go to recoiljs.org, there's documentation on there. And then if you click on external links, there's a section of that website, there is a link to some videos that somebody has made actually that are pretty high quality and actually walk you through how to make a drawing app with Recoil. And I think that's a pretty good introduction to using it. So.
I recently came across learnrecoil.com. Yeah, there is a developer that's, and everything is for free. He's going through everything that you need to know about Recoil, and he's actually trying to recreate Excalibur.
Right.
In using Recoil.
Yeah, I think that's probably the same thing that I was referring to. So that's linked to from the Recoil website.
Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, it seems like really good work.
Let's see if we have any other questions. Moving to Basecamp Q&A. Another question from Dries Capon. I think we discussed it, but just to ground this up, it's should we be worried about the experimental flag? Can Recoil be used in production?
I mean, I think you need to weigh the benefits and risks for your particular app. So, it's not like it's going to vanish. The code that's out there you need to use. We use it a lot internally. I mean, proportionally, because Facebook is so big, like it can be a tiny fraction, but still be a lot of different apps. But we use it in a bunch of places, so we kind of have a dependency on it, and we'll probably continue to support it. But it doesn't have the same level of support as something like React. So I guess I can't give a definitive answer, but that's sort of what the status of it is. There's a bunch of people that work on it. It is kind of a side project for all of us, but we use it for apps that we need to keep running. So it's not gonna go away in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that everything that's open source by Facebook, it's actually used inside Facebook app, and this means a lot because even though it's experimental, it's used in production anyway. Even though it's A/B tested and stuff like that, but it's something that it's in the wild, how developers used to say. And another question came from M. Botes. Would you recommend Recoil for beginners, or rather have them learn the others first? I think by others means React State.
Right. Well, yeah, I think that, if you're starting out with React, just use React and you can get really, really far. And for most apps, that's all you need. So I would say don't look at, you don't need to worry about other sort of state management systems, you know, Redux, Recoil, all that. These are for like pretty specialized things. If you look at, you know, Facebook.com, it's all just in React. Like, you know, you can make a really complex app, and in almost every case, that's everything you need. And then if you need to load data efficiently from the server, you can add in Relay. And if you're in a case where you hit some like performance bottlenecks, you can't figure out any other way around, then you could think about doing Recoil.
Great. I think we have time for one more question. It's from Mr. Uz. Again, are there plans to incorporate Recoil into React DevTools?
We are actually releasing our own separate dev tools for Recoil, and I think that's in open source, but not quite on the like Chrome store or whatever it's called. But hopefully will be soon. And it's a pretty cool. It lets you see history of all your Recoil states, and it actually shows a graph of how your data is flowing through selectors and like which ones are hot, which ones are being reevaluated frequently. So you can say, oh, the selector, I need to break it up because it's you know, being recomputed frequently. It'll visualize that, but it'll be a separate DevTools thing, a separate extension.
Thanks. Well, Dave, it was, yeah, I feel so blessed having you here, like discussing, not face-to-face, but remotely about Recoil. Thank you so much for taking your time and
well, thank
show
you.
the
I really
world
appreciate
what
it.
Recoil is about.
Yeah, it's really cool that to see that people are using it and interested, and I hope that we do get to meet in person sometime. Maybe,
hopefully, yeah.
maybe
Once
over
the
where you're
pandemic
at.
will
love to visit.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Dave.
All right.
And,
yeah, thank you.
Have a wonderful day. All right. So what a nice discussion with Dave. Just to end this in a really nice matter, just go ahead to Slido and tap the 5-star and give 5-star to Dave. It was a wonderful discussion about a really powerful library, Recoil.js. So go ahead to slido.com, use 1415 as the code, and give the 5-star to Dave. He's a great developer as well. So thank you, Dave, once again for taking your time and stay with us. We would like to give a shout out to our media partners. So we have this joke like on the left-hand side, raise your hand, on the right-hand side, raise your hand, and now say thanks to our media partners. Without them, this live streaming will not be possible. I'll just be in front of a camera talking with myself, basically, but our media partners made this possible and also spreading the word out about the conference. Thank you once again to our media partners. Again, just a heads up, I know for sure that because I was watching the Twitter hashtag React Summit and a lot of you people just posted there a really nice selfie. If it was on a couch, inside a car, in the bathroom, on your regular desk, in your office, wherever it was, the pictures and the selfies were amazing. But if you haven't posted any tweet with your selfie using React Summit hashtag, don't forget to do it. And you'll also enter into our raffle for winning some swag. Just go to Twitter, do a selfie like this, post it using React Summit, and you'll enter the raffle. Now I would like to thank our platinum sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive, it's a London and remote-based consultancy specializing in enterprise Jamstack, websites, headless CMS, adoption, as well as generic React and Node.js software engineering. Before jumping to our next talks, I would like to remind you that the discussion room on performance by Elad and Andre. It's coming next, so it's going on. And now let's welcome our lightning talks. We have a couple of them, and I'm really looking forward to all of them. So just go ahead to Basecamp Q&A session, and as well, just give a big round of virtual applause. Share your gifts, share everything, and just welcome those great speakers for lightning talks.
Hey, Alex from Prismic here, and I'm going to talk to you today about Slice Machine, our new development workflow that lets you create components quickly and it gives your editors the power to build the pages that they need. So what is Slice Machine? Well, a Prismic slice is essentially a repeatable, reusable section of your site that's wired up to the Prismic CMS. And Slice Machine is a development environment that makes creating slices a breeze. So in this demo lightning talk, we are going to be creating a slice with Slice Machine. We are going to be pushing that slice to Prismic. We're going to be filling in content in that slice, and then we're going to be pushing that slice out to production to update our website. So let's waste no more time. Let's actually start by adding a slice to our existing Next.js website built out with Slice Machine. So as you can see here, I have this restaurant site, has a menu and a few other sections here. So let's check out the Figma file that this is based on. And as you can see, we've created slices from each of these parts. So each of these are slices here, and this is the slice that we're going to be adding today. So it is a map slice that just basically shows the location of the place, the address, and a couple other bits with an image and a heading. So let's go ahead, let's waste no time. Let's jump into our terminal and create this slice. I'm gonna run Prismic, sm create slice, just like that. And it's gonna ask me where I would like this slice, and I say in my slices folder, and I'm gonna call it location map, just like that. Great, so now that we've created that slice, let's take a look at what we've just made with running that command. So here in location map, we have 4 files. Index.js is a React component. Here we have a storybook story that's built for us already. Here in the mocks, we have some mock data that'll fill in our story. And in the model, this shows the data structure. We'll come back to these in a second and see what changes once we edit them in the Slice Machine UI. So I'm going to start up Slice Machine UI by running Prismic, sm, and then develop. And then this is going to start a local development server and kick off the Slice Machine UI. So let's head back over here. And right here, we see location map is next to all our other components. You might recognize these from our website. So let's go ahead in. Let's get rid of what it ships with by default and create this totally from scratch. So I'm looking at Figma. I'm seeing that we've got pretty much 4 different types that we need to build out here. We have this heading. Let's start with that. So I'm going to add a rich text field, and I'm going to call this heading. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to unselect all and make this just an H2. Call it heading, just like that. And I'm going to click save. Next, we have this address. I'm going to hard code location, so we're going for address. I'm going to do a rich text field, address, just like that. Hit enter and add a label here, just like that. And then we're going to grab this image. So image, we have all these different types to choose from. I'm going to grab an image and label image, just like that. Cool. And then we need a geolocation because we have a map type here. So GeoPoint is going to allow us to do that. So I'm going to location, that's what I'm going to call that. Click add, and I'm going to come in here, give this a label. And for the mock config, I'm going to choose Prismic headquarters, just there. And now I save this model to file system, and let's go check out what this looks like over here in our file system. So we see that this was all added right away. Our data has updated. The shape of this data has changed. So now we can start to build out our component now that we've defined the shape so quick already. So heading over here to slices, I'm going to copy, or I'm going to show code snippets that I can copy easily into my component. Click copy code on this heading, and I'm going to go over to my React component. wipe out what's in here, and I'm going to drop that in there. That's my heading. Here is my address, and I will style these in a minute, but I'm going to grab my image, copy code. See, I'm pasting in that image. And then here for my location, I'm just going to paste that in, and that is actually an object that has latitude and longitude on it. It's going to show the latitude, and let's check it out in Storybook. I got Storybook running. It's already connected in. Let's check out our location map, and boom, just like that, we have our title, our address, our image, and our latitude. So all just default, all mock, so that we can improve over time. But right now, this is looking good. So now I'm going to really quickly style this up a little bit. Let's see what we can do. All right, so we've skipped ahead through the styling. I've added some classes. I've also brought in this map component that I made that's expecting this location object. And I also hard-coded in this location text, and we just did some restructuring and styling, and now our component is looking much, much better, looking just like that. And so we're able to now take a snapshot that can be used for our editor. So we'll take a snapshot just like this, and so our editors can use that in Prismic. And there we have our snapshot, looking great. Now we can go ahead and push our slice to Prismic so that we can use that in the CMS. And then I'm also going to push my code that we made with Slice Machine up to GitHub so that Vercel can rebuild my Next.js app. I'm going to say add location map slice, git push. And so now as that rebuilds, I'm going to head to my Prismic repository, and I'm going to go into my custom types and add this new slice as an option for my editors to use. So we see here in shared slices, these are the other slices that they've been able to use. And now we have our new location map with that snapshot. We can add that to our custom types and hit save. And so now our editors know exactly what they're grabbing when they come into edit the home page. So I'm going into home, and I can add this new slice anywhere between the other slices. I'm going to come all the way to the bottom though, because that's where this one's going. And I'm going to scroll over, and there's our location map right there. Let's fill it in with some content. I've got a title here. So great stories start with a great dinner. And we've got this address. I've got an image already uploaded that I can choose. And I have a latitude and longitude pasted here that we are going to use, boom, right there. Now I'm going to hit save. And what I can do is Prismic has a great preview feature, so I could click production, but for the sake of this, we're going to skip ahead to publishing, but I could test it first and make sure that it's exactly how I want it to look. I could either publish it now or later. I'm going to publish it now, hitting publish, and boom, just like that, it's going to trigger a rebuild, and we're going to see what it looks like when we're done. So once we click publish, the webhook makes Vercel rebuild our page, and here at the bottom, nice, looking great. There's our component. So just in the time of this talk, we created a React component with a few different types already tied to the Prismic CMS with a storybook story to make development easy, and a visual preview so that our editors know which component they're choosing. All of our changes were backed up in Git, and all of this allowed me to ship a page builder, not just a page, but a page builder. So I would love for you to check out Prismic Slice Machine. Head to slicemachine.dev. Let us know what you think. Thanks so much.
Hey everyone, today I want to talk about something a little hacky I've been thinking about lately, but the idea here is that we want to use video sprites in the same way that a lot of you might have used CSS sprites back in the day. So we'll talk about what I mean by a lot of this, but hello, I'm Matt McClure. I am one of the co-founders of a company called Mux, and I run the developer experience org there. And in a nutshell, we build awesome video infrastructure for developers. So if you're looking for a video API, we're there. So check us out. Okay, taking a step back, what is a sprite? So in a nutshell, this is an image with a bunch of images in it. So the client gets this big combined image and then can just pick and choose which parts of it to show. So if you're relatively new, then you might not have seen this as widely used, but this is a really common optimization technique from the early aughts. So like if you had a button with like hover states and depressed states and active states, then you would just send like one button image and then use your CSS background to like decide which one of that image to show. So a little bit more common if you're kind of started there. You might remember this from back then. But to show this a little bit more concretely, a lot of people know about this from like video game sprites. So Mario, all of Mario's states are in one image, and then the client viewport then just shows the state of Mario it wants. You might be wondering, what in the world does this have to do with video? The gist here is that the same technique works. You can send a few videos combined into one and then just show the one you care about in the player. So you might be wondering, like, why in the world would we be doing this? And I would say, use your imagination. There could be a bunch of examples of this, like I think sporting events, concerts, but the biggest example that comes to my mind and what we see the most from customers wanting to do stuff like this is around feed synchronization, particularly around like being able to pick between these different feeds in a synchronized way. So let's say you're streaming live concerts, live music. So you've got a bunch of different cameras streaming a bunch of different angles. So one's on the drummer, one's on the singer, one's on the audience. And a producer on site is typically deciding which one of those feeds to show at any given time. So they might do a nice little transition, go from the drummer to the audience, etc. That producer then sends a feed to an encoder service or whatever else that looks like. I'm using Mux as an example here for obvious reasons. But then that service then broadcasts that to all of your end viewers. So then those viewers start saying, like, actually, I just want to watch the drummer all the time, and I hate the transitions that this producer is doing. So they want the power to be able to pick which feed they watch. So you decide, okay, how can we go about building this out? So you start thinking, okay, I'll send every camera directly to that encoder or broadcast service, and then every viewer can get all the feeds. In this example, 3 feeds. And this is where things really get hairy if you start going down this path. So now you've got 3 different live streams that people can watch, but how do you switch between them? So do people just click another feed and then, you might be a few seconds off in terms of audio for all of them? So it can be tough to synchronize that in the client, or honestly, next to impossible to do that well. So one solution would just be to send one video again. So like you were doing before, but instead of that video being produced, you just combine all the feeds at that level and then send them along. So in this example, all the cameras go into that one encoder box locally. It just lays them out in 4 quadrants, sends those to the encoder broadcaster service, and that goes all to all the viewers. And then from there, the viewers can then pick which one they want. So now you're guaranteed that your feeds are synced. You only have to worry about one audio stream that's shared between all of them for obvious reasons. And then you only show the quadrant of the video that the viewer selects at any given time. So how might this work detail-wise? So all this code's on GitHub. I would just suggest checking it out there. But at a high level, you want to grab the coordinates of the feed that you want to show. So I have the feeds just named like 0 through 3. And you want to lay those coordinates out. So it's, in this example, this array is the source X, source Y position, source width, and source height. So what you want to chop. So 0, 0, top left, 0, half the video width is the top right quadrant, and so on and so forth. And since these are quadrants, each one is half the video height and half the video width. And then you use these when you're updating the canvas. So when you draw that image to the canvas, you draw the video image, or you pass the video image in, and then you pass these coordinates that we just grabbed, which will then say, like, okay, only draw the top right quadrant of the video into canvas, and then call request animation frame over and over and over again. So if you want to go have a play, it's just video-sprites.mux.dev. And then the source is all on github.com/muxlab/video sprites. But real quick, I wanted to just show you what this looks like. This is just video sprites.mux.dev. I just have a VOD asset in here, but this could also work with live, whatever else. Here's some smooth stream music. training. So it works surprisingly well. The gotchas here that I would call out are that you should keep in mind that you're only going to be able to broadcast a subset of whatever your top level is. So if your streaming service is limited to 1080, for example, then each one can only be a quarter of that, which is fine for most examples. Once we get up to 4K for like really a lot of services supporting, then you could do 1080 for each quadrant. But that's the one thing to keep in mind, and all the other gotchas with Canvas. But thanks so much for listening. If you decide to use this at all, please let me know. Shoot me a note at Matt McClure on Twitter. And otherwise, if you want any video stuff, check out mux.com. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Hi everybody, I hope you are enjoying the conference so far. My name is Samuel Snopcom and I'm here to talk about the headless. A fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I discovered the Jamstack and the headless. And this is basically the subtitle of this talk, where I will be talking about the headless CMSs. And if you have any question in the future, you can follow me on the Twitter and you can ask anytime. So what are the headless CMSs and what is the difference against the monolithic CMSs? The short put it into 3 points. I would say like they are decoupled. So they are not telling you which frame from the framework you should use and what backend API you should consume. They give you like freedom of choice and great freedom of your decisions and what you like. So also the way that you are not limited to the integrations that they are offering, but they can you can integrate into your app, website, anything you want to have from the third-party solutions. Also, as they are focusing on the content management system and the management, they can focus on the user experience. So they are building an application using which you are building and collaborating on your content. And this application is on daily basis basically updated and make a new iteration which make it better and better without any time requirements from your side as developer. And additionally to that, they give you a very good developer experience, as you can use any content management API or any API you want to have, and then you will work with the tools you like and want to work with. And also the valid point should be that traditional CMSs are already moving this direction also. So they are showing that the headless is a really a thing, and I think it will be a very important part of the web ecosystem in the following at least 10 years. So that brings me to the evolution. So in my opinion, the headless CMSs are next step in the evolution, which is also kind of bringing us a little bit back, but it's bringing finally the right. We make the web right finally. So with the Jamstack and all that stuff, the headless CMSs were the missing part that we wanted to have for the frameworks like Next.js or the Next.js. So at the beginning, we had just files. We put in them on the server directly by the FTP protocol. And then we created some kind of versioning system, so we put the content directly to the website or somehow version it. And then we have also like these powerful monolithic CMSs that were put on the own servers, and then they have finally the features like the content autonomy, internet simulation, even the preview modes and different stuff. But we at the end wanted only those features. We didn't want that those CMSs telling me how I should build my website. And this is what the headless CMSs are doing. They give you all the freedom of those features. They are needed for the content editors, but still they give you also the freedom to a developer to choose and build a website with what they need. So they are not, and the Storyblock is not as a headless CMS, another gate-based solution. It's not only for developers. It's very, very in mind the user and the content editors, marketers. All those are the end users of the Storyblock at a point. So it's not choosing your technology stack. It's not locking you. If somebody is locking you, it's not the headless CMS. And it not requires from you any updates. So you will have update of your application and of the tool you are using for management of the content every almost every week or day. So the story blocks as a headless CMS give you the freedom to structure your project as you need. If you need a flat structure or you need a folder structure, you need different slides, you want to build it from the atomic design principle as a contextual principle or structure, it's up to you. You will choose your technology, your API, you can extend even the UI. So it's not restricted only to the features they are offering. We are offering. And finally, you have a time to invest all the resources from the customers to the solution instead of building the ecosystem around the solution. You can really focus on the user experience of your website or application. So Storyblock, instead of that, take care even for more stuff like security, updating the UI to the latest trends, to the updating the performance of the database, which all you get basically for free without even noticing that, because you don't need to change anything. There's like no the structural changes, and you just get faster system suddenly because the update was already delivered. So if you are choosing new CMS, you should definitely choose some features, and you should think about the future and what features you will need in your system. So for example, how you will translate it. So what kind of strategies you have for translation, what kind of workflow can you set up, do you have advanced rights, you can restrict some areas, can you schedule a content to the future or a bundle of this content together, can you create a pipelines where there is a frozen content, so you can do some editing and there is a pipeline or stage where the content is frozen, you are 100% sure that everything is correct. What is the editing experience? Is there a way to preview your draft content, or do you have some context to a real-time editing experience, or how you can integrate, extend the stuff, and this list goes on. So if you want to find out more about how to build something with the headless CMS and the React and Next.js together, go and visit my workshop next Monday, where we will be building a website using the Storyblock, and you can find out how you can create something like a real-time editing experience where you can click and change the stuff, you can copy paste, and how this works dynamically without hitting the save button, how you can translate and build the website together. So how you can build your first website with the headless, with the Next.js, and that will be covered in my workshop, which you can visit for free in React Summit Remote the next Monday after this talk. See you there, and I hope you enjoyed the lightning talk, and I hope you will check out the headless CMSs and also the Storyblock. That's it. See ya. Enjoy the conference.
Hi everybody, I'm Matt Billman, CEO and co-founder of Netlify, and today I'm going to talk about simplicity and state and the dangers of steering our communities towards complexity. So back in 2013, React launched as a view layer that brought simplicity to the process of building browser-based applications. Anyone that's tried to build a browser-based application before React have had to deal with this mix of state all over the DOM. You would have bindings listening to DOM elements, you would have DOM elements that contain state, you would have AJAX listeners that would fetch, request, and update DOM elements. And as you build out more complex applications, reasoning about what state your DOM was in and what state your application was in and what a user would experience became increasingly hard. React launched this idea of turning the whole UI into a function of your state. And it really made it so much easier to reason about what experiences our users were having based on any given state. You could take a state, feed it to a tree of React components, and you would know for any given state what the user would see. React fundamentally made it easy to reason about the state of your application. And that was one of the superpowers that made React powerful and adopted. Of course, as we want React to solve harder and harder problems for us and solve more of the problems of building applications, we're introducing a lot of new concepts like context or hooks or the new proposed server components or streaming. And as we go along this way, of course, it's important to be curious and excited and explore where we can go, but it's also important that we try to keeping ourselves honest. Do we still know what is the current state of our application? And do we know at any given time, what will a user experience for a given state? This was like the initial superpower that gave React a feeling of simplicity and that made applications easy to reason about. So as we evolve React as a more complete framework, how do we keep that quality? Now, 5 years ago in San Francisco, I gave a talk at Smashing Conference where I introduced the concept of the Jamstack for the first time as an architecture. And the idea back then was very similar. I had seen how over time web development had made it harder and harder to reason about the state of your web property. We had started out from a world where a browser would fetch files from a server to a world where we would run a program to a world where that program would always talk to a database for every request, and to a world where to scale that architecture, we started introducing different layers of caching between servers and databases. As the web grew global and we needed to reach users all over the world, we introduced CDNs for assets or images or JavaScript files. And to understand our system, as developers, we had to be able to reason about all of these different layers of the stack. The Jamstack was really an architectural approach to say, how can we make it easy to reason about the state of your web property? How can we go towards an architectural approach to building for the web, where instead of this complex request-response cycle flowing through all these different layers of caching, we take code and we take your content, your APIs or your data, we run a build and we deploy immutable assets to an edge network. And as we do that, we start introducing this idea of atomic deploys, where you always know you have a state you've deployed, it's live, you know exactly what documents and HTML pages has been built as part of that. And when you change to a new deploy, it's an atomic operation where everything goes live at the same time and where you always know if a user visits a URL, what are they going to see? Now, in a similar way as with React, as we want the Jamstack architecture to solve more and more complex problems for us and build more and more applications in the gray zone of all that kinds of different use cases, we're also starting to see more and more complex concepts introduced into the stack: rehydration, dynamic SSR for some pages, tiered CDN caching, approaches like incremental static regeneration and stale while revalidate HTTP headers. And in the same way as with React, as we build this future, we have to really ask ourselves, do you know what is currently deployed at any stage? And do you know what a user will experience if they visit a given URL? Do you know exactly what happens if you roll back to an earlier deploy? And do you know what happens if you push a deploy preview number 110 to the main branch right now? Now, of course, one of the reasons that we are exploring a lot of these new concepts like incremental static regeneration and stale while revalidate is because we're trying to build increasingly large projects with a Jamstack approach, especially large e-commerce projects with hundreds of thousands or even millions of catalog pages have proven challenging. Build time starts to get longer. We have some existing approaches within the current Jamstack architecture that sometimes work as solution to this. Sharding your build into many different sites is one approach, but it doesn't always work. Sometimes your content just doesn't lend itself well to sharding. Progressive web apps are single-page applications where we deploy an app shell into the browser and then use a JavaScript bundle to talk to APIs is often a really powerful concept and my preferred recommendation for anything that's a logged-in experience. But we know that there's a cost of rendering from JavaScript in the browser on low-end devices, and API caching at the edge is far from a solved problem. Stale while validate has been another approach, but one that I'm personally skeptical about. It serves stale content to users, and then in the background fetches a new version, regenerates, and puts that into the cache. But again, the problem with serving stale content to users is that now you no longer have a clear answer as a developer to what will happen when a user visits any given URL. At Netlify, we've been thinking a lot about how can we approach these problems from a Jamstack architectural perspective, give the same easy to reason about simplicity to developers, but solve these problems. And we've talked about an approach called distributed persistent rendering, where we take just the critical pages and run those at build time. And then we build the rest of the pages on demand, but persist them and give the same guarantees around atomic deploys and a predictable state as you would get from a build. This is something that we are turning into a community RFC, and we would love the help from this community to evolve and test. We've been working with prototypes of this approach in Nuxt, 11t, and Next.js, and you can learn much more about it on our blog right now. So please participate in evolving the Jamstack in a way that stays true to the roots of simplicity and guarantees that as developers, we don't give up the ability to reason about the state of our web property. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Ollie, and I'm one of the front-end engineers and tech leads at Clio. I'm going to talk briefly today about one of the experiences we had when starting out our new React Native app at Clio a couple of years ago, and specifically an experiment we did to try and achieve high levels of delivering product value and drive our mission to fight for the world's financial health. To outline the problem we were facing, I'll start with a quick history of Clio. So Clio started as a Facebook Messenger chatbot, where users could ask her questions about their money and receive responses about their finances. For example, asking about your balance or how much you spent on Ubers this month, or receiving a push notification when you went over budget because you'd spent too much at McDonald's. And we quickly found that whilst the text and chat interface was great for engaging with Clio's tone of voice, it sucked for anything more complicated. Clio needed a front end, and this came in the form of a number of React SPAs, accessible through Messenger via web views, and driven by our Ruby on Rails backend. You can see an example of what those web views look like on the screenshot on the right there. So Messenger worked great for us as we scaled up the product and allowed us to launch in the US and quickly grow up to 1 million users just in the space of a couple of years. However, there were two issues we identified with it. The first was that building on top of Messenger is quite a large business risk, and we were at the whims of Facebook and their appetite for a savage personal finance manager living within their ecosystem. The second was that Messenger was a big limit to the user experience we wanted to give our users. Clio needed the visual freedom to express herself as that savage friend who looks out for you and your money, and this wasn't achievable on Facebook Messenger. So naturally, as a small team of React developers covering the core product, we chose React Native to build out the next version of Clio. We were able to upskill and start delivering Clio's React Native app in a couple of weeks, and we've been iterating on it ever since. Clio had a new home, and you can see some of the early designs of the React Native app on the left, and fast forward to today's more recent designs, and I guess an example of how we've really taken advantage of breaking out the bounds of Messenger. But back to the problem at hand, we now had users split between the Facebook Messenger and the native app, both of whom we wanted to build new features for, and both of whom we wanted to give the best possible product experience to. So when evaluating two designs, such as the one shown on this slide, we started seeing similarities in what we wanted to build and deliver. Here, both showing lists of spending grouped by category, both coming from the same API and both with the same TypeScript typings, and even looking the same icons and the same way of kind of presenting information. The question we posed to ourselves was, Could we build this once within our monorepo and have it run in both the web and native products? Could we share the types, the business logic, and the visuals across the two platforms such that we halve the amount of work required to deliver new features? To us, this was the Holy Grail, a miraculous power that provided happiness, eternal use in an infinite abundance. The short answer is not very easily, but please don't leave me there. We ran an experiment. We boiled this down to a single challenge. Would it be possible to share a single file containing a const object of our branded colors between the web and native app? As I mentioned before, we have a monorepo containing the web, the native app, and the Rails backend code, so any solution would need to work with that. Our first attempt involved symlinks. Surely this could be as simple as using a symbolic link to reference the shared file within each project's root. And within minutes, we had the web rendering colors from the shared file. Great, on to React Native. After some experimentation, we quickly ran into an issue. The first issue on the Facebook Metro bundler GitHub, Metro doesn't like symlinks. We were back to square one. Fortunately, we hadn't invested too much time going down this route. Our second attempt lied with Yarn's workspaces. Our theory was that setting up the shared file as a package and adding that dependency to the web and native projects would allow them to be bundled. Not so simple, it turned out. In the few hours we'd time boxed for this, we got into a bit of a rabbit hole. No hoisting native dependencies, updating Metro bundler config to handle those hoisted symlink dependencies, updating continuous integration and deployment scripts to handle the changes, deduplicating hoisted dependencies, and fixing dependency version mismatch between the web and the native app. The list was growing, and it started to feel like a bit of a Star Wars meme, which is definitely not what we wanted. We were getting somewhere, but we were starting to lose sight of our initial purpose, to be able to deliver features easier and quicker to users, to really drive that product value and deliver our mission. It felt like a good time to lean on our engineering principles. Do the simple thing first, innovate in our product and not our tech stack, and tech debt that can be helpful and useful. I think reading those, it quickly became obvious we'd probably overstepped the mark a bit. And as you can probably see where this is going, our search for this mythical holy grail was a bit in peril. And whilst we were sure it was possible to achieve, it was becoming quickly obvious that the continued time investing to set up and maintain this probably wasn't worth the tiny impact that it might have given us. So we fell back to our original plan of duplicating shared code where needed. This didn't turn out to be such a bad thing. Like, rather than just copy and pasting the code, we took the chance to rewrite it with full strict type safety enabled. But if anyone has any ideas or thoughts on other ways we could tackle this problem, I'd love to hear from you, either in the Q&A session or feel free to ping me on my email. We're always open to new ideas and improvements in how we deliver features at Clio, and it would be great to hear from you. Many thanks for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed the conference so far, and I look forward to hearing any questions later.
Wow, it's so much information in just a tiny and a short period of time. I have to really think about everything that those developers were mentioning, and I also have to recap them afterwards. Such fantastic talks. Thank you all for taking your time and present such amazing, give some such amazing presentations. So without further ado, let's invite everyone on the stage. So come join me. Come join me.
Hi everybody.
Hey.
Hey
everyone.
Everybody.
Wow. So many happy faces. Since we are short on time, just let's go from left to right and just give short introduction about what you do, who you are basically, and what you do. And then we will move to the Q&A session. So I'll start with...
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how. First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin,
and now, Metin, the stage it's yours. Just go ahead and take it from that point on.
Well, that's me then. I would like to remind everyone that you can join the spatial chat if you want to join our discussion room, which is happening right now. Find the link in the timeline below the video player if you want to join the discussion room. I want to thank our platinum sponsor, Narwhal, and you write it as NX, their product. NX is a suite of powerful, extensible dev tools to help you architect, test, and build at any scale. NX provides robust CLI, fast caching, dependency management, plugin integrations, and even more. So thanks a lot to Narwhal for sponsoring this event. And we have a speaker now from Narwhal who's going to be giving a demo of their product. He's called Yuri Stumpfloner. Yuri lives in the very northern part of Italy and is currently working as a JavaScript architect and an engineering manager at Narwhal. He consults for some of the world's biggest companies around the globe, and he's very involved in the community. He's also a Google developer expert in web technologies and Angular. He speaks at a lot of international conferences like this one. He teaches on egghead.io and writes on his own blog, yuri.dev, which I advise you to check out. It looks really cool. And he's also a core member of NX. He's going to be, like I said, discussing or telling us about the product and showing us the power of Narwhal's product NX. So before he starts, Yuri asked us, are you using a monorepo in your current project? So go to Slido and enter the code 1415 if you're not into it yet. And let us know, are you using a monorepo right now? Well, not right now because you're watching a conference, but at your current project. And we'll get back to the results later. So if you have any questions, don't be shy. Ask them in the Discord channel, Basecamp-Q&A. But now go there already to Basecamp-Q&A and give a big round of virtual applause. I want to see all the best applause gifs you can find, rocket emojis, whatever makes Yuri feel good, what you think makes him feel good. Yuri, take it away. The stage is yours.
All right, so I'm super excited to be here today and be able to talk to you about scaling React development, specifically with NX. So before starting, let me first introduce myself. My name is Joris Strumpflohner. I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies. I'm also an instructor at Egghead and Cypress ambassador. So right now I work at Narwhal as a JavaScript architect and engineering manager. And we at Narwhal kind of try to help teams out there learn, grow, and be successful. And we do that by helping planning the roadmaps, identify technical constraints. We also provide trainings at workshops, for instance, at conferences or talks at conferences such as I do right now. We also, however, want, or what I prefer way to work at is like as an embedded part of your team where we can identify things as they come up. So how do we scale development, especially with large teams, and specifically from a technical perspective purely? And so I identified basically those three pillars, basically drive and automate good architecture, then also have modern tools at hand, and it's like an improved developer experience will make our developers more productive, and finally speed in general. And I would like to talk to you mostly about NX today, which is our open source dev tool designed for monorepos, but it also works without monorepos actually pretty well. So this is basically the structure which you usually get when you generate a new project, right? So what I call this is like kind of monolithic structure. So you have that application, you have the different types of folders, where each of those folders kind of represents a functionality and a feature boundary usually. Now with NX it's a bit different. So there we have the building blocks of apps and libraries. Now the application, as you can see here, sits at the very top, and then there are the single libraries down there. And the reason for that is it leads to a better architecture in general, because like libraries represent a much stronger boundary than just folders. With folders, it's very difficult to actually control what like can be exported and also signal what can be exported by other developers. And so in NX, what you have usually is a very thin application at the very top, and then you have like a lot of those well-defined like workspace libraries where the actual logic sits. And those workspace libraries don't really need to be published anywhere. They can, but they can just like live within the workspace, and the application just links it. And so in the end, application, if you want, is really just like the deployable, and then the logic is actually down in those libraries. And what often happens out of that situation is that people start creating multiple of those applications and just like pick the libraries they actually need. And this, for instance, allows you to deploy the same kind of infrastructure multiple times and even scale it in a different way, because like we might want to scale the public facing part much more than maybe the administrative part, which is just like used by a couple of users. But really today I would like to go more hands-on and actually show you what it is like to work with NX. And so to get started, of course, like you just install NX Workspace, and this is done by create NX Workspace. You give it a name, let's say React Summit, and I also pass here a package manager, which in this case is yarn, but it could also be npm or npm. And so this now installs the NX Workspace basically set up, and there we get a couple questions asked. So we can just start with an empty workspace, but we can also use one of those presets, which are pretty handy as they are already pre-configured. And so we choose React, and we can give it a name demo app, for instance, and now we have like a couple more questions like which styling type we want to use and so on. Now I'm going to interrupt this here because like I have already done this and I want to save us some npm install time. So this is what a generated workspace looks like. So you can see that apps and libs folder, which I mentioned before. So actually if I open this, we already have that courses app generated for us when we did set up that workspace. This is a React application. And then we have also that end-to-end test set up for us, which in this case is Cypress based and already configured to test our courses application. The libraries folder is still empty. So in order to start this, I can actually just do yarn start, or the NX equivalent would be your NX serve and courses, which is my course application. So then if I go to localhost 4200, I can actually see the application being served up once it is compiled and booted. And so this is here my welcome to courses app. Now, right now, I don't have any libraries. And that's actually another very strong point of NX, is it has those Narwhal React, which is the plugin, and then library for the library we want to execute. And let's call this course item, which is our library we want to generate. And I could provide here more options to customize the generation part, but for now, let's go with the defaults. And so what you see now here is we get that course item library generated for us, which has this kind of structure. There are the config files. Then there's the source folder, which has the index.js file here, which is kind of the public API. And here's actually what you want to export for others to consume, while everything that lives inside that lib folder here is just private to that library. And we also have here kind of handy a component already generated for us. Now, the very interesting part here is that in the tsconfig base path down here in the config file, we got already like a type to path mapping set up for us. And so this allows us to very easily import that library into other applications without actually using the fixed path or the relative path to them. So let me go to the courses here. Let's open up here the app.tsx file. And let's remove all that part here, which we don't really need for now. And so what I want to do here is actually import our course item. And so you can see I can import it with that prefix here, which we just saw before. So it really looks like if this was a publishable library, but rather it got actually just linked from within the workspace. And then we reference it here. And now obviously if I start that again, we'll now see how that is being linked into our application. So if I go here and refresh, we now see our course item has been rendered directly inside the app. The other interesting part is also that NX internally tracks the dependencies and how things relate to each other. So I can use the dep graph here command to actually visualize those dependencies, which NX internally has. And so here, for instance, this is the current situation which we have. We have the courses app. Then we have kind of an implicit dependency to that end-to-end testing part, which tests our courses app. And then we have the course item library, which the courses app uses. This is very handy, especially as our workspace grows. So let's explore that. What we could do, for instance, is create a public-facing Next.js application. So in order to do that, we can install a novel Next plugin. And by the way, these are plugins we provide already, but there are tons of community plugins for the variety of use cases. So definitely check out those as well. So now we got Novel Next installed, and we could generate now the application. Now again, I could use the command line, but it's much more handy sometimes to use the NX Console Visual Studio Code plugin. That allows me to run the generate here, and we see all the possible generators here. And so I want to go with Novel Next for generating a Next application. Let's give it a name public. And here the styling can be remain the same. We still want a Cypress test runner, ESLint, and also Jest for testing. And down here you can see a preview of what would actually be executed whenever I execute a command. So you can also learn about the new commands down here. So let's just run this. So it will generate my new application. And while this installs, let's go over here and actually explore what gets generated. So we have the courses app, and now you can see we also have that public app. So this is a Next.js application. We see here the pages. Let's, for instance, go to the index page here. And again, let's remove here all those things which you don't really need. And we will do the same here to insert basically our course item. So again, I import it the same way as a reference within a Next.js app. So now let's boot our Next.js application. So I do yarn serve public, which is our Next app. And you can also see like the uniformity like of the commands. They're always the same regardless of whether you use like a React setup, a backend node setup, or here a Next.js application, which is also very important in terms of like the learning that the team has to do as you scale. And so now you see here the public application now being served. So this is our Next app, which also uses that course item. And in fact, we could explore the dependency graph again. So if I use a Next dep graph, we can boot it up here. And now the situation looks quite different because like now we have the courses application and the public application, both have their end-to-end tests and both reference here the course item. So let's generate a couple more libraries just like to see how that dependency graph evolves. So again, I'm using here the NX console, and I want to, for instance, just like generate a workspace library, let's call it core, which isn't really specific to any framework. So this could even be shared between frameworks or even between a backend and a front end. And so now we got that core library generated. I also want to generate a new library, which this time is a React library. And I call it coupons. This time I want to structure that under an admin directory because like this will be a library which I want to use from within my
admin part of the application. And then I want to have another one, which is sales, which is the one I want to use again within the admin directory. All right, and so if we close this and I reduce here the window a bit, so we can now see that we have in the libraries folder that admin, coupons, and sales, which are both libraries, and the core library. If we use the dependency graph again, we will see that the structure changed a bit again, because like now we have the libraries, the applications that reference that course item library down here, but then we have those 3 libraries which sit there but are not really connected yet. So let's do that. Let's go and here into the application. So let's first go into the coupons part actually and reference our core library in here. So we'll import a core and just like call it in here. The same for the sales. We will reference it here as well. And then finally, we go up here into the courses app and we reference it from within our application. And so now they are connected. We can actually go here and again start the dependency graph. And now we should see the actual connections between all those libraries. Right? So we see now the courses app references admin coupons, admin sales, and the core. And the public part and the course part share that course item down there. Now this is a very nice setup already. What you might want to do at some point, however, as your workspace grows, is you might want to kind of impose restrictions, right? So for instance, you don't want to have the public part import some admin sales library. And as your workspace grows, this becomes really important. And so in Next, there's a way to actually impose those restrictions. And so first of all, what you need to do is you kind of need to assign tags to those libraries and applications. And so we can go in here in the NX.json configuration, and we can here start assigning tags. So first of all, these are just arbitrary strings, so you can really define them how you want. I usually use a prefix and a suffix here. And so what I do here, for instance, for the apps, I just like give them the type application. Next, I define type feature, which is for like our admin coupons, sales, and course item, which kind of represent an encapsulated feature within our workspace. Then I have a type utility, which is that core, which is really something that can be shared across various libraries, just like general utility functionality. And then I can give also scopes. So I just like define another tag, which I call scope, and in this case, admin for all the admin related parts up here. And the same for scope public for all the public part down here. And finally, we will also have something that is shared, right? Like for instance, the course item and the core parts are really shared, so I give them the shared tag here. Now we need to impose the restrictions, and we can do that via the linting. So if we go into the ESLint.rc file, we have here that enforce module boundaries rules, which is provided by Novel NX. And so in here you can define the constraints. So we can start by saying, for instance, a library from type utility can only really reference another type of utility. So you don't want to have a utility library reference a feature library, but rather vice versa, right? That feature libraries might be able to import utilities. And so next we can actually define the feature ones. So again, type feature can reference other features and type utilities. Then for the scopes, we can say scope admin can only reference scope admin. And finally, scope public can only reference scope public. So in this way, we separate the different scopes of our workspace. And obviously, we also need to add some scope shared here, because like the course item and also the core utility in general here might be shared among those different kind of scopes within our workspace. So how can we test that? With the linting, actually. And so let's first break the rule. So let's go in our Next.js application up here. Let's go into the index.ts and let's import the admin sales. So now we created basically a connection from public to the admin sales, which is prohibited by the linting rules. And so if I now run nx lint public, which is our public Next.js app, it starts the linting. And what you will see now is an error basically on our index.ts file, which says like a project tag to scope public can only really depend on libraries tagged to scope public or scope shared. You also see it directly in the editor. Sometimes Visual Studio is a bit slow to actually refresh the scopes once you define them, but you also would see it directly in here. And so this is obviously a big advantage. So let me actually remove that to have our linting work again. This is a big advantage because like this allows you to control your architecture as it grows. The next part is obviously speed.
So definitely, as you grow and as you want to scale your workspace, you cannot really build everything every time, right? Like if you change something down here, you cannot really just like build whatever is connected to it. So NX has a so-called affected command. But first, let me commit all these parts and let's simulate we are developing a feature. So let's check out a new branch, my feature. And now in here, I'm going to make a change, let's say in the course item library. So let's go here to course item in here, and let's actually just like say, welcome to course item, like this. So we made a change, and now NX can use the dependency graph to figure out what it needs to retest and relint and rebuild. And that can be done by the so-called NX affected commands. And we can actually also apply that to the depth graph. So if I say affected depth graph, you can now see a subsection of the graph which would be affected by the commands. We can also see all of them. You see them colored a bit differently. So obviously NX figures out like if this changes, it doesn't need to build or test this one, but just like the paths that go upwards. And so in fact, like if we have a look here and I execute yarn NX affected test, it will only really execute these three of the libraries and execute the test for those. The interesting part is also, if I rerun this, there's another concept that improves speed, which is our caching. So if I rerun this, you see it is immediate, because like all the three projects got taken out of the cache. Now this cache by default just lives locally. So in the node module folders.cache.nx, there's the caching actually, which figures out like what it needs to rebuild. But you can distribute that, and you can go directly, for instance, to NX Cloud. And if I go to nx.app, you can connect the workspace. And I just like click here once I'm logged in, connect workspace. I don't have NX Cloud, so I'm just using the command here to install it. Since I'm using yarn, this would be what I would be using. So let me just paste this here and then execute it. So now it installs the NX Cloud library. And then directly configures it for me. And so now if I rerun the affected test, it will now test all of the libraries which are in my workspace, because we changed some fundamental infrastructure here, like some core configuration libraries. So NX needs to test everything again, because we might have installed a package, right? And so once that it has been installed, I could actually simulate as if I was a coworker, right? So some of my coworkers already executed this the day before. The cache is distributed in NX Cloud. So I'm going to actually clear that cache and re-execute it again. And so now you can see the run is basically immediate, because like all of the projects got pulled down from the remote cache. And you also get a nice view, some more information basically on NX Cloud about the view, what got built, whether that was a cache hit or not, and much more. So what we cover basically is how apps and libs basically differentiate NX from traditional workspaces, how you can define boundary rules to improve that architecture and basically guard against like some spaghetti referencing. Also how you can visualize dependency graphs, like dependencies with the dependency graph, the scaffolding abilities via the generators, which are super powerful, because like you have already generators which you couldn't show due to the time limitation, like setups for Cypress, for Jest, for Storybook, which automatically generates your stories out of your components, and much more. And then finally, obviously, the speed improvements via the affected commands and also the distributed caching by NX Cloud. But as I mentioned, we really just like scratched the surface, right? There's much more to explore. So these are some of the core information which you can use, like our nx.dev website, NX app for the NX Cloud part. And by the way, for NX Cloud, you can always get started with it. Like it's completely free. You don't have to use any credit card, so you get 5 hours per month saved for free. And then obviously you can opt in to actually pay for more as you like the product. There's also our Novel YouTube channel, the official videos of our Novel YouTube channel, and also an NX course, which is completely free, which you can use to dive in more into the details of how NX works. So to get started again, like use npx create NX workspace to get a new fresh workspace setup. That obviously gives you the most benefits. But if you would like just to try it out, like especially if you are interested in the whole caching capabilities of NX, you can also use the npx add NX to monorepo to get started. And it will convert, for instance, an existing Yarn workspace and enhance it with NX capabilities. And here are a couple links which explain basically how it works. And we also, for instance, converted a storybook repository and also the Remotion repository. So definitely check those out. So thanks for your attention. And if you have any questions, definitely connect with me on Twitter. Shoot your questions to me on Twitter and let's connect there. Thanks.
Great talk, Yuri. Thanks for sharing the amazing product you have built with your team, of course. I don't think it's a one-man show. Let's have a look at the results of your poll. So Yuri asked, Yuri, can you join me on stage? Yuri asked the people if they are using a mono repo right now at their project. So let's look at the results. I have to switch screens here. Yes, and I'm happy with it. Has won with 32%. And no, and I don't think I need one, is second with 19%. And the third one is monorepo with 19%. So Yuri, was this what you were expecting?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, and I think like the distribution is pretty what I expected. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm myself also using a monorepo, but I'm also working just on a tiny one project, so it's still a monorepo, right? Does it count?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's also why I asked this kind of question. Because like sometimes people kind of think like a monorepo just like a super large, big enterprise monorepos, but it's not necessarily that the case, right? Like you can even have like your open source project with a couple libraries and a demo app, like it's also a monorepo, right? Depending on how you structure it.
Cool. So we're going to jump into our audience questions. And the first one is, I'm going to try to pronounce this username. Soshi Kropka. How straightforward is it to bake NX into an already existing huge monorepo? So retrofitting NX into an existing monorepo. Can we do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some possibilities to do that. As I mentioned in my talk, there's that NX add to monorepo, like npx and add to monorepo command, where basically we're just adding, especially on Yarn workspaces, a minimum setup, which will give you some of the benefits of NX, which is like, for instance, like the computation cache, the execution of parallel tasks and things like that. So basically the organization of the execution of the node scripts, which you might have in that Yarn workspace. But obviously, if you want to have like the bigger experience, like with the generators and that kind of make up what the NX experience is about, then obviously you kind of it's better to set up a new monorepo and migrate products over one by one.
Okay.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Okay. I want you to grab your phone or any internet-capable device and let us know, how did you like Yuri's talk? Open Slido and enter the code 1415 and let us know. Rate him 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 stars. And yeah, just let us know so we know what you like and what you didn't like. And we know this for next editions so we can tailor the program to the talks that you like best. So I've been checking Twitter in between talks every now and then, and I see a lot of you have been tweeting your photos, which is awesome to see. But yeah, we want more photos. So just keep the conversation going on Twitter. Send photos if you haven't yet. How are you watching this? And as a reminder, you can win a Git Nation multipass. You'll get access to 8 other conferences or 7 other conferences. So that's a really good value for just sending one photo on Twitter. And now it's time for a little break. We're going to be back in 9 minutes. I'm not going to say the time because time is different for everyone in every time zone. So just be sure to keep an eye out. 9 minutes and they start now.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Welcome back. We're going to continue with the program. So take a seat, or if you have a standing desk, stay standing, whatever. And let's discuss one of our sponsors, a platinum sponsor, Wrangle.io. Wrangle is a digital platform product transformation consultancy that began as a leading modern JavaScript shop. They partner with enterprise-level companies and scale-ups to solve their most complex challenges. The Wrangle team has delivered best-in-class apps in 3 months. This is why we love React's lightweight, component-based structure that helps our clients build scalable products at the speed of the market. Thanks a lot, Wrangle, for sponsoring this event and making it possible. Great job. Next up on our agenda is another panel discussion with some great panelists. We're going to be discussing the modern way of making websites in React, and hosting that is Alex from Prismic. So Alex, could you join me on stage, and the rest of the panelists also?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? I am Alex Trost, a developer experience engineer at Prismic. And I have a phenomenal group of panelists here with me today. And the goal of this panel really is to discuss some of the important aspects for developing excellent React components, as well as the decision-making that goes into that process. Like I said, we have a wonderful panel of experts here. I'm going to quickly ask that they introduce themselves. I'm going to start at the top with Nader. Go ahead. You just introduce yourself, name, where you work, and what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Nader Dabbit. I'm a senior developer advocate, or actually, I guess now I'm developer relations. I was with AWS for a little over 3 years, and now I'm at a company called Edge and Node, and we're doing crypto stuff, we're doing DeFi stuff, and decentralized finance, and all kinds of cool stuff.
Awesome, thanks. And Aaron?
Hello, I'm Erin Fox. I'm a software engineer at ConvertKit, primarily working on the builder for emails. I like cats, so I just got a dog, so I like animals, I guess, but I'm still a cat person.
I won't tell the dog. It's between everyone here at the conference. It's fine. Next up is James.
What's up, everyone? I am James Q-Quick, and I've got a dog in the background. So Sevi is joining me today. I'm a JavaScript developer, a speaker, and a teacher, and specifically a developer advocate at Auth0, where we focus on making it as easy as possible to add authentication to your applications as a developer.
Awesome. Thanks, James. And last but certainly not least, Sadek.
Hey, my name is Sadek Drobi. I'm in some way or another, I found myself to be the CEO of Prismic. So I was a developer, and I saw that CMSs always, they were not great for doing anything. And I thought, like, okay, can we make them good for developers? And I guess we succeeded some way or another to do that. And now I'm thinking like, okay, let's make CMSs good for components. So that's what I do. And, you know, I'm still a developer, and I trust that developers are good for the CEO role. Let's see what happens in this panel.
Awesome. Well, thank you to everyone for joining us. That's usually how you sign off a thing, but I'm kicking it off with that. Thank you to everyone for being here. It's just a great group of people. So for today, I want to talk about building components, and specifically kind of around the topics of design, reusability, dynamic content and logic, and then actually the maintenance of a component after you've created it. So to kind of start it off, Aaron, I want to go to you first. How much at ConvertKit, for instance, how much is the design team involved in the actual component architecture? Like, is it a waterfall process, or is it more collaborative once you get to coding? How are the designers involved there?
Or maybe like two words about ConvertKit for those who don't know.
Great call.
I mean, of course, everyone knows it, but
Of course. So ConvertKit is an email marketing company where we help creators earn a living online through email marketing, and we also have digital products or commerce that you can sell. And going to your question, Alex, how we work with designers in kind of like the architecture with components is a very collaborative communication approach. So we have a design system, we have a component library, and we try our best to get those matched up as possible. And I think one thing that we both, within both departments or both teams, the design team and the engineering team, is we always try our best to have a futuristic approach when creating a component or designing a component, because if styles change, if colors change, if we want to change a button to a drop down, we want to have those conversations early on. We even loop in products sometimes. So in the beginning of the creation process, it's very much collaborative and what's the end goal, and is this aligned with the business goals as well?
Awesome. And I should have said it at the jump, but to everyone, if you want to jump in after something, add something on, that was a question kind of more specifically about how ConvertKit works, but in your experience, how was the design team involved in the component architecture? Like, are you discussing the actual API of what might be needed down the road? Anything like that? Does anyone else want to jump in on top of what Erin said?
I could add one more thing real quick.
Awesome. Yeah.
We are very fortunate enough to have some designers that know how to code and have built a lot of our components in the beginning. And that's a huge win for us. Dylan on our team, he helps design and comes up with colors and components and things like that. And he's just more aware of kind of how the structure of components are and kind of the life cycle of them, if we need them, if they change. So that's kind of been my first time working with a designer that is aware of the actual component architecture of it. So that's definitely a plus. That's
so useful when you have those things across the different disciplines. Go ahead, Sadek.
I mean, I guess we are like, okay, I'm old enough to have witnessed the dream of components since long time. And we always wanted these components and to build things with components and stuff, but it always failed. I've seen it failing so many times. And maybe I can recognize that this moment is different than the other moment that I've lived, because I've lived this kind of promise of components so many times, so many, like Microsoft and everyone threw themselves into like, okay, let's build these things with components. But now it's very different. Imagine a design tool like Figma has components built in, and they tell you use components. Sketch went into that kind of, everyone is now into the components. So it's a very different thing. So now you tell me, should designers, if the question is like, should designers be involved since the beginning? Of course. And that the proof is in Figma, the proof is in Sketch. And our designers, they since the beginning, they say, okay, we need that. But not only about the micro component. So our business is a bit different, or maybe, I don't know, Erin, you have a similar thing, but we also not only talk about these kind of small components of like buttons and, text areas and stuff like that, but also these kind of sections. Like if you look at a website, you have these horizontal sections, right? Like a hero and the other sections that you have in a website. So we call them macro components. We call them slices as well. But these things also, so the whole design system should be talking about the small components and also the big ones, the sections. Now the designers will be involved in the micro and in the macro components, but even the editors, I think we can stretch this kind of metaphor of components to the content writers. They could also think about components and build things with components. So I think like it's components all the from the beginning to the end. I really think that it's very exciting moment where components are getting the success that we wanted to have with this approach.
Alex, I've got a quick example of something that maybe is the complete opposite of what we're talking about here, but just for awareness of like how
opposites attract, James. Yeah. Go for it.
Of how some companies work. So when I was working at FedEx before I joined Auth0 as a software engineer, we didn't have any designers at all. So just like kind of raising recognition to like some companies and some teams aren't fortunate enough to have designers involved. So Erin, to your point about having people that have a little bit of background in both, like even if you just dabble, even if like as a developer, you pay attention when things look good and you start to ask yourself why, like those sort of skills and that practice of just trying to become more aware can really make a big difference, especially when you don't have someone that's able to do that handoff for designs and tell you exactly what it should look like. If you're able to have a little bit of that knowledge yourself, it'll help hopefully kind of bring it along even without having dedicated designers.
What kind of knowledge? What kind of things you're talking about?
I mean, basic design principles, right? Like white space, consistent fonts and sizing and just spacing in general. Thinking about user experience, right? Like that's something that people often overlook. And especially as developers, I think like when I get an idea, I'm like, oh, let's start writing code. But what I've started to do, and I just invested in the Remarkable tablet. It's not an adjective. That's like the name of the tablet. So I sketch out all the things with just like pen and paper of like, here's what the different screens are going to look like at a very high level. And here's how you navigate between them. Like just going through that exercise gets you a lot of the basic answers from an experience point of view that developers often overlook. So I think being intentional about that, and then just paying attention to, like I said, typography, spacing, that sort of stuff on websites that you think look and feel good, can go a long way.
But I have a question about that, and I don't know if you can help me with this, but when you design components, and it's good because, you know, you have this kind of sandbox environment where you will design the component, but do you also always like try to think about components together? Like, okay, you design components as atomic things. Do you look at like how will they behave together? Is it a designer question, like responsibility to look at how components will behave together in a page or together with another component or all these kind of things?
I think
you go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah. For me, I think you should always be thinking that way with components, because I think that's the beauty of React. Is going to throw again a Lego analogy there. Building Legos, React building components. You have one component, it's great on its own, but in order to have something even greater, you need that bigger component. So I think going in with the architecture of knowing that this component is going to be used in another component, and it could also be used in a completely other component, should be able to function and be tested to work, all those spread out.
Cool. It's awesome because I was curious about this too. Sasha in the chat actually just asked a longer question. So I'm going to try to sum it up a little bit because I kind of have a similar question of how do you make your design system scalable with your code base? And Sasha kind of also touches on like if things start to change within that code base, like fonts and colors and just over time. So it's kind of the combination of making sure that your components are like hard coded for colors. And then when the design team says, hey, that green is now blue, you have to go through and change 100 components. But also the trick with making it so that your first component doesn't look out of place when you put it next to your 100th component. Like what are some best practices with keeping your components visually consistent and scalable? Dad, or do you want to hop in on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can kind of speak to some of the experience. So I honestly haven't worked on a lot of teams using like React as an engineer in the last couple of years. But when I built React Native Elements, which is essentially a UI component library, and it was kind of like the first big one to hit the React Native ecosystem, and it still does, you know, hundreds of thousands of downloads, and it still seems to be very like well received. One of the main principles was extensibility and not having any configuration that couldn't be overridden in some way. So when you're building out a component and you kind of have, let's say, for instance, a button, and you have like all of these different elements that are within the main container. And this was React Native. So we're talking about views, we're talking about text elements, but you could kind of apply the same thing to divs and spans and paragraph tags and all this other stuff. But one of the things that seemed to like really resonate with developers was that they could pick up this UI library and they could get productive with it, and they could build out their app much faster because they didn't have to sit there and write out every button, every list. All these things kind of came prepackaged. And then once they got their app written, they could basically overwrite whatever styles that they had. So literally everything could be overwritten. So I think that seems to scale really well as long as you're creating things that even if you need to kind of override something later on, you're never kind of constrained by the API. You kind of have every single thing available to the developer, but with smart defaults, right? Like something that kind of works out of the box and doesn't break, but at the same time, if you do want to update it, you kind of have that API surface extended to the user.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah. Go ahead, James.
There's one specific thing that comes to mind with the question of like fonts and colors and things like that change. CSS variables is a big specific thing that I think people can implement to help them out. Because one of the things I really like about Tailwind as a framework, for people who haven't used it, it's like a utility-based framework, and it has basically design principles already baked into it. But it helps gives you that consistency, right? Like you have this many different font sizes that you can choose from. You have this many different shades of a different color that you can choose from. And the equivalent of that, if you do it by yourself, is you translate that into CSS variables and use those. So at the time, if you use variable, you probably wouldn't call it orange, you'd call it like accent color or something, and you have it all throughout your application. Now you can update that thing in one place, or the font sizes or the box shadows or things like that. If you go back and update those CSS variables, now you're able to scale just like you would in like programming, right? Like we don't hard code things, we use variables as much as we can. So CSS variables, I think, would be a great way to help ease that transition in the future as some of those things start to change.
That makes sense. Is that something like if you had like a theme configuration file that you could kind of keep all of your configuration in one place? Where would be the trade-offs between using CSS variables versus something like that? As someone that hasn't had a ton of experience with CSS variables, that's why I'm asking.
I guess that would, I'm not sure I'm the best to answer that. I guess it would depend on like what kind of CSS you're doing. Like if you're doing like styled components or like other CSS and JavaScript or like other tools, they might have their own way to do it. I think more or less it accomplishes the same thing, right? Having that centralized, like here's this, and this, and then just reference that thing instead of hard coding the variable or the value over and over again. So I think it accomplishes the same thing, although I guess it probably depends on like what you're actually using specifically.
Okay, that makes sense.
Awesome.
For consistency, I don't know if I can add to that, but I think one of the major thing that so basically what we do is that we so a lot of like our users they kind of pushed us into like components. You need to do something about components, right? And I was like, okay, what do you want us to do? And the first thing they asked us like, hey, like we have this, because often our business is like to connect data to some kind of content, some kind of data into components, right? And they tell like, okay, first thing they wanted the model to be next to the component, so that like you don't have them to live in different places, like the queries and the data model for a given component, like what things go into the component. They want it to be living together with the component, next to the component, basically as part of it. So basically, even the query, and maybe there is, you will get back to this topic, but even the query itself, like it should be in a way componentized, or and also the other thing that I feel for consistency is very important is to Storybook can solve a lot of problems there, is to have some kind of combination of using components together. And now I'm always talking about macro components, like these website sections. Like we try to have a variety of storybook stories where they combine kind of randomly different sections to see like, okay, are they still working well together? Do they work together? And I guess these stories, these bigger stories that will combine components will allow you always to see like, okay, are they consistent? Are they breaking together? I guess it helps you always have a view of how things combine together. I don't know if you have that experience with Storybook and combining things into stories.
So I think that like Storybook is fascinating. I think we could definitely dig into that. I do want to move from design onto some of our other topics, but I would love to have a follow-up panel with all of you, just talking about the design and consistency aspect. There's a lot to get into, but so kind of shifting to reusability. James, I'm gonna kick this to you. When do you start to break a component down into smaller components or break like logic out into hooks? Like what's kind of your I don't know when.
I think there's no like easy way to ask that question, because there's also no easy way to answer it. It's kind of the same thing. You think about like when people talk about learning programming and they're purists and they talk about functions, and functions should do one thing. That's kind of like a similar principle for components. Like this component should do one thing. I think most of us who have written React or Vue or Angular, anything with components, have been in the situation where we start off and we just dump a bunch of stuff into a component. We keep adding until it works. And then we look at it and it's like, well, this doesn't look very good, right? Because there's different things that are going on. We're accomplishing different things with different parts of the code. So I think some of it's kind of an eye test. Like there's no limit on lines of code, but some of it's an eye test. And then some of it's just looking at like, how do these things function? And then if they function differently, that might be enough of a reason. But also if one part of that functionality could be used somewhere else, then you're thinking about like not just separation in terms of like clean code and organization, but can I reuse this thing somewhere else? So especially if there's a way to reuse that thing or to make that thing take in properties and make it customizable through props, that's a great reason to move it out. I think moving into like hooks in React, hooks are so powerful, and like I continue to realize their power almost every day. Any sort of like, not just a display mechanism, but like data, for example, that you need in a few different places. An example of this for me is I built my Twitch overlays. So like different pages for my Twitch streams in Gatsby, a framework built on top of React. And on different pages, I wanted to be able to display the title of the stream. And I was querying that from just a serverless function in Netlify. And so I would query it here, query it on a page load, on a different page load. And once you're doing the same query, you realize like I probably want to share this stuff across components. So you can then take that functionality, just going and getting that data, have that stored or accessible in a hook through a provider, and then now have that information all over the place. So I'm not having to query multiple times. I query once, I have the data that I need, and in any different page or any different component, I can access that data and pull it in directly.
I have a good example for this. My current project, I'm working on Spotify embeds for our email and for our landing pages. And the way I usually approach creating this component is to just div it out. So I just make divs within divs and divs and divs. And then I end up seeing, oh, I have a header, I have a subtitle, I need a Spotify logo, I need a play button, and I need an image. And so once those keywords start popping out to me, I realize that those are going to be smaller components. So I think for me, for advice is, I don't know that it needs to be smaller components until it's one big component. And then being able to like map it out big, being able to pull them out small into different files, I think help with the structure of what you actually need within your component, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just giving that little bit of space in case anyone wants to jump in, because it's, without it being in person, you can't make the eye contact like you. So there's always that little bit of awkward pause, but I want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes or sidelining any great additions there. But Nader, I actually have a question for you. How do you kind of decide whether or not you're like with a compound kind of component? How do you decide if you're going to be baking in other components, or if you're just kind of leaving a space for children components to be passed as a prop? Like what kind of a judgment call do you make there?
I mean, I guess kind of just always keeping the idea of like extensibility and scalability, and if there's any chance that they're going to use this by itself, then make it to where that it's not going to be affected by having a parent. I don't know, like everything that could be standalone should be enabled to be maybe standalone and that sort of thing. I know that like at AWS, we were building and supporting a UI library that kind of allowed people to just spin up like authentication flows and image pickers and stuff using React components and just like maybe one line of code. And some of those things were kind of like relating to that. So for instance, for authentication flows, you could like spin up, the entire flow with a single component, or you could kind of like nest within those components, individual components to kind of like configure things the way that you wanted it. But we made it work either way. So you could use these components standalone, or you could nest them together. And yeah, it seemed to work out pretty well that way, I guess.
Awesome. Cool. I know we are running a little short on time, so I want to make sure we kind of hit all our main things. So I kind of want to move on to dynamic content and logic, just as kind of a broad topic. But excuse me. Do you have any like best practices for bringing data into your components? And Sadek, I know that you think about this a lot in terms of just in terms of how to get data into those components, ways to make that still reusable and dynamic if needed.
I mean, yeah, it's a big challenge, and your components could mean a lot of things. And often what we deal with, as I told several times already, we deal with websites, right? And a component could be part of any page, basically. So as I said, like maybe the most important thing is like to have a way to componentize the query, right? But you don't want to do like 10 queries or 20 queries if you have 20 components. So you need to kind of get one shot all the content and then break it into different things. So we have a concept for that, but you can do it also with GraphQL. It's a very good way also to break the query into smaller parts, but then you can form a bigger query. But the important thing is like it's important to think in components even when you're talking about data, okay? Like, and then, there are different kinds of components. Like you can have a page itself could be a component, right? The whole page is a component, is a page component, but then each section of it is a component, and then the small buttons and things that you show inside that kind of macro or section component or section are as well. So it's often is, so we try to make like, okay, best practices. We see what matters. Like it's matter of at which stop we should stop breaking things into smaller parts, right? So I think that for us, at least for our experience, there has been like the section level is the middle ground. Okay, so let's break the data into these smaller sections, and then that's it. Each section will manage its own data and its own components, because it seems to be in websites this is how it goes. So it depends on the logic on the app or what you're doing, right? But it seems like sections are more or less independent, and you can take that make that kind of assumption and say like, okay, we break them into these kind of macro things, and then everything else will get from these data. So this is what we do often, right? But the important thing is like you have, as I said, the model of the data should be next to the component, because otherwise it will be a mess. If you do a big query and then you will throw that data and hope that the component will find their data, that could break. That's so fragile, that can break so easily. So that's why even when you're modeling your data, you say like, okay, I'm modeling that component, that section, instead of like thinking about the page as a whole. I don't know if that's clear, but that's what we, at least what we understood from our clients.
There's a couple tools that are useful as well for like caching and cache and validation. React Query and Use SWR are ones that I've used before, and it took me a while to kind of understand the use case for them, mainly because they automatically continue to refresh your data even if you don't tell it to. So one suggestion is, even if you use one of those tools to help take care of like your querying, your cache and validation, you might take away those things from updating automatically if you have a situation where you know when that data needs to be updated. So you're not making extra requests and getting data that doesn't need to come down. But those sorts of those two packages specifically add or take away a lot of the boilerplate for doing like use effects and fetch calls and that kind of stuff. They take away a lot of that and then just expose your data to you in a way that works really well across components.
And it's funny. It's funny that I saw in, for instance, in several frameworks, including Next, for instance, that you have this kind of distinction between static data and dynamic data, which comes very handy in this kind of case. Because also the way you manage data is not the same. Like in the website, mostly static. You don't need things to be dynamic, and that's a waste of CPU cycles, right, or whatever it is, or network, or a lot of other things. Whereas for other things that should be dynamic, then it should be dynamic, and you decide that okay, this component should be dynamic. And I guess it's a good way also of dealing with this problem.
Yeah, awesome. James, I'm actually curious about the benefits of Auth0's hook-based library compared to what I feel like we used to have a lot more of was like you would send the entire form as a component, and I would like import a form. I'm not sure if that's how Auth0 did it, but I see a lot of libraries moving away from here's our input field, here's our button component, and you use that, but now you're just sending us the logic. What's the benefit there?
Yeah, so I love our React SDK, and then more specifically, recently our new Next.js SDK is fantastic. And what it does, like you said, is you use the Auth0 provider, you wrap your application, which means you then have access to the use user hook in any different component that you want. And anybody that's done anything with users in the past, you probably want like information about the user in the nav bar, so you can conditionally display log in, log out buttons, or like their name. On a profile page, you need information about the user to display there. So you end up needing user things in lots of different places. So with our use user hook, going back to the use case of hooks, that we talked about a few minutes ago, in any component that you need information about the user, you just use that hook and have access to it and then display it. And a couple of other things that it does, it gives you the user, but you may not have a user, right? So the user may not be logged in. So it gives you a loading state as it's doing that validation to tell whether or not the user is logged in, so that in applications, oftentimes you'll see a little flash when the application loads. You might see log in and then it switches to log out because the application took a second to realize that the user's logged in. So you can actually handle that with the loading property is loading, I think, that comes back from that use user hook in addition to the actual user itself. So a lot of the conditionals become like if is not loading and user, then display some sort of user information, or the opposite of that for like a log in button versus log out button. But just having access to that hook and using it in any component that you need to get the information that you need about the user is super, super nice.
Awesome. So to kind of close out, I think we're coming up on time, but I kind of want to quickly get to maintaining those components. And Aaron, if you wouldn't kind of mind talking just about testing, why it's important, and like which kinds of tests you would recommend in terms of if someone had to prioritize, and oftentimes we do, with which tests we are going to be implementing. What's kind of your advice to people out there?
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with testing. I want to love it, and I know how valuable it is, but it's just such a process. And test like TDD is such a thing, and I think it's great, but I haven't got to that level yet, maybe one day. But component-wise, I think being able to test, React testing library is what I'm most familiar with, and to be testing at a smaller component level and then growing up from there, I think makes you more secure in these core like primitive components and to be able to use them throughout your app. So being able to have tests there are super valuable. I saw a quote or a tweet a couple weeks ago, I think it was, and it was, you should treat your tests like a contract. So if someone else comes in and messes up your test, it's not your fault.
Smart. I love that. Well, thank you so much. I took a lot from that. I learned a lot. Thank you so much to Aaron, James, Sadek, Nader. Really appreciate you all being here. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Thanks for moderating. You did a great job.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. This was great. Yeah. And thank you for being here at React Summit, everyone. This is quite the event. So thank you so much.
Hey, we're doing an event and I muted myself. Great. That's the life now. Didn't we all have this experience? Don't laugh at me. I'm sorry. So thanks all panelists and Alex for hosting, of course. Great topic. And I really like seeing the people also discussing along with you in the Q&A channel on Discord. Really cool. So let us know on Slido. How did you like it? I rated 5 out of 5, of course. I really enjoyed this. But let us know, how did you like it? And with that, Kathleen, I want to give the word to you. Kathleen is dreaming, I think. So Rollbar is one of our gold sponsors, and Rollbar is leading continuous code improvement on their platform. They give developers complete visibility on every error in their code, along with the tools needed to automate how they respond. So be sure to check out their product. One of our other sponsors is a gold sponsor, Max. We've seen a few of their employees giving a talk. So Max is an API-first platform powered by data and designed by video experts that make it easy for any developer to build on-demand or live video and instantly stream it to any device out there. And now I would like to see, Kathleen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. All right, I had to talk. Oh man, I was listening to you. It's like incredible. Yeah, so many panelists, and thanks once again for our gold sponsors, Mox and Rollbar. And now our Next speaker, it's Tom Preston Werner. It's actually the last speaker of the day, and this is the closing talk. Tom is building Chatterbug app and Redwood.js. He was formerly a GitHub co-founder and CEO. Thanks for creating GitHub. Board at Netlify and Hack Club. He's an angel investor. He's a pilot. Wow. And also known for Gravatar, Jekyll, Samware, and Tumult. Tom is going to talk about Redwood.js, the full stack React app framework of your dreams. Before going to the talk, Tom is wondering what kind of infrastructure do you deploy your web apps on? Go ahead to slido.com, use 1415, the code, and type there, answer. It's either Jamstack, it's custom serverless, container, virtualizer, bare metal. Just go and vote. We'll come back to the question later. Also, don't forget to ask your questions on Basecamp Q&A channel. I'm all ears and eyes there. So just let's give a really big round of virtual applause on Basecamp Q&A, and also send your gifts, send everything there. Is the last talk of the day. So Tom, the stage is yours.
I know what you're thinking. I want to make a web app. So I'm going to need React. I'm going to need Prisma on the back end to talk to a database. I'm going to need Apollo to talk from the front end to the back end. I'm going to need Jest so I can write some tests. I'm going to need Storybook so I can design, code, and test my components in isolation. I'm going to need Webpack to glue this whole thing together. And I'm going to need Babel so I can compile, transpile ES6 down to ES5. That's the web app, but I'm going to need to figure out how to deploy this thing. Maybe it could go to Netlify. They're really into Jamstack. Maybe it could go to Vercel. They've got a cool triangle logo. What about Render? Maybe then I could use containers and get long-running requests and GraphQL subscriptions. Or maybe I need the full power of AWS. I haven't decided yet. In any case, I'm going to need some kind of authentication, so I could use Auth0 for that. I'm not going to write my own. Got to go further than that, though. I also need authorization, so I'm going to need some role-based access controls. And what about logging? I'm going to need really good logging, send that to the provider of my choice. I'm going to have to code split this thing so the browser doesn't get too much code at any one time. I'm going to need OG tags, so this thing will unfurl on Twitter and Facebook. Got to have pre-rendering, probably in order to do that. And I'm going to need accessibility right out of the box. So this thing works in screen readers. All right, let's do this thing. That's not really how it works, is it? It's more like this. All right, Google, my old friend, create React app. Okay, there you are. What's this? There we go. npx create React app. All right. Oh, what am I to call this thing? Globnox? That works. All right, we'll let that do its thing for a while. Let's learn how to use Prisma. Okay, Prisma, here we go. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one either. Aha, found you. Yep, here we go. Prisma, docs, quick start. All right, in this page, you will learn how to send queries to a, okay, great. All right, this is going to take the rest of my life. But despair not, because I'm here today to tell you about Redwood.js, the full-stack React app framework of your dreams. Now, I know what you're wondering. Who's this bozo telling me what to do? Well, I'm Tom Preston Werner. You can find me online at Mojambo on Twitter and GitHub. In the past, I've created such companies as GitHub and Chatterbug, best place to learn a foreign language. I am also very active in open source. I created Jekyll. I wrote the Semver, the semantic versioning specification, Toml, the configuration language used by a variety of packages, and Gravatar, the avatars that follow you around. Now, getting back to this screen, remember all these technologies? These technologies are awesome, but you don't necessarily want to think about all of them. In fact, Apollo is great, but really, when I write an application, I want to worry about GraphQL and not really the intricacies of Apollo. And I also really don't want to worry about Webpack or Babel at all. In fact, I want to focus my attention on writing JavaScript or TypeScript. That's what I'm here for. I'm a programmer. Let me write code. That's what I do. And so a Redwood application is going to be broken down into two sides. Very simple, a very simple model to think about. On the web side, you have your React application. This is where you think about your testing with Jest and your storybook. Those happen locally, but conceptually, they really are part of the web side of this. And then on the API side, you've got an implementation of a GraphQL API that uses Prisma and a bunch of JavaScript or TypeScript to create your services, your business logic that is going to talk to your database and do what you need it to do. In between, you've got GraphQL that talks back and forth. And GraphQL is how you make queries and also how you specify the queries and mutations that are going to happen. But enough chit-chat. Let's see some code. I have here on the right opened github.com/redwoodjs/example to-do. This is a simple to-do application written in Redwood that I thought I'd run you through a few things and show off how Redwood works and how it thinks about the world. So I've cloned this down to my local machine. I've run yarn. You can see the instructions here. And I've initialized the database. So it's all set up, ready to go. So the first thing that I'm going to do is run yarn redwood dev to spin up the web server. This is going to spin up both sides that I talked about before, both the web side and the API side, the front end and the back end, link them together, and fire up a new browser window with my to-do list. So I'll show you how it works. I can say I need to order some milk and some cheese and some eggs, and I can toggle these things on and off. And this is talking to the backend via GraphQL. You can see here in the logs the posts to the GraphQL backend. So how does that work? Well, in the editor over here, you'll see the web folder and the API folder. This is a monorepo structure. So these are each separate packages within a single Git repository. So let's start where everything starts, which is with the routes. So in the routes file here, you can see that we have a router, and within it we have a route for the home page and a route for a not found page. This is essentially the 404. So this is our home page. And in Redwood, we have another directory for pages, and it's very easy to find things, very organized, the directory structure. So this is the home page. This app is using styled components, which you'll see here. And it's just standard React. So this should look very familiar if you know React. So here we have a wrapper, we have the title, to-do list, and then we have a to-do list cell. Now, Redwood has a really special concept called cells. And cells are a way to declaratively do your GraphQL data fetching. So let's go look at that. To-do list cell is in source components, to-do list cell. So source components, to-do list cell, and here's the file. And how this works is you simply export a certain set of variables from here, constants, including the query. So you start with your GraphQL query. You just type it out here as a GraphQL query, or you could have a mutation in here as well, which you can actually see here. And then you have different states, and you just export these states as components. You have a loading state, and a success state, you can also define a failure state and an empty state. Right here, I've just done a loading. It very simply says loading, and a success state. And so what this does is really simplify and focus you on what you're building. So in this instance, when this query completes, whatever the query name is, the GraphQL query that you're doing, in this case, to-dos, that will be sent in as a variable, as a parameter, into the success component. And then within that, you can do your work. So this is doing some optimistic updating, which you don't have to worry about too much for Apollo. But right here, you can see that it's just taking the to-dos and mapping over them and creating to-do items, which represent each of these items here. And that's what cells are. So really, it's just a simple way to think about your data fetching, so you don't have to do a lot of conditional logic. It really organizes the code around that. Now, when you get to the back end, to the GraphQL side, let's see what that looks like. So here's the query, to-dos. I'm going to look in the API side here. I'm going to look in source, GraphQL, and to-dos. Now, these we call services. So you break up your Redwood application into different services. This app is very simple. It only has one service, this to-dos service. A larger application, you might break it down into different services for the different responsibilities that your application has. So here we see an SDL file that is defined in a JavaScript file. And here's the SDL. So if you've written GraphQL before, then this should look very familiar. This is straight out of the box standard SDL, so the schema definition language. And here we're defining a to-do object and queries and mutations. And the nice thing is each service can have one of these files, and they can all be separate, and Redwood will do the hard work of stitching them together and presenting them to the world. So let's look for what we were talking about. To-dos is going to return an array of to-do items, which are defined here. And when you're normally writing Apollo, you have to think about writing your resolvers, and there's a specific way that you do that, and they all end up in the same file, and it can feel very messy. It feels like a lot of boilerplate. So we've eliminated all of that in Redwood and said, well, let's just match things up by name. And so if you come into the services directory and look at services to-dos.js, what you're going to see here is a constant to-dos. This is the same name as the GraphQL query being exported, and Redwood is smart enough to match that up and say, this is the implementation, this is the resolver for that GraphQL call. And in it, we're going to use Prisma, which we just import here. DB represents the Prisma database, and now we can do any of our Prisma calls on that. In this case, we're just doing a find many. So a really fun way that we can explore that, as you may be already used to, is with a GraphQL Playground, and Redwood, of course, ships with one of those, and that's going to be at localhost 8911. And we can try this out. So I already have loaded up this same query that we find in to-do list cells, just the to-dos query, ID, body, status. And if we run that, then we can see that we get back exactly what we expect: milk, cheese, eggs. And everything is as it should be. And really, that's all the code that it takes to do the front end to the back end. So, all right, that's cool, you say. What about doing this from scratch? Having it all there right now is one thing, but what if we want to do something from scratch? Well, let's give that a try. I'm going to close all of these, and I'm going to switch over here. And what should we implement? I think it would be fun to have a page that just showed me the count of to-dos. Maybe something else needs that for some reason. It's a simple thing to implement. So we have the ability to generate certain things in Redwood. So I'm going to run yarn Redwood generate, or just G for short, page, and I'm going to call it the count page. I'm going to run that. And what I'm going to see here now in my routes file is a new route has been generated, /count, takes that from what I typed in here, and it has created a count page for me. So let's go look at that count page. It's also creating stories file for Storybook. This is integrated out of the box, and a test. This is the just test. So we're beautifully integrating all of these different elements. Right now, we can go look at this in /count. And here we go. This is just the generated page. This is what it looks like. If we make any changes in here, then they will be immediately reflected over on the website. So you can go back and forth very, very simply and do this. Okay, very cool. Now we need to get some data from the backend. So let's switch over to the API side now. And we're going to modify our SDL file to create a new GraphQL query, and we're going to call it to-dos count, and it's going to return an integer, always an integer. I have a Redwood extension installed in VS Code here, and it does some nice things. So here you'll see that it can tell me that this service is actually not implemented. I don't have an implementation for this specific query. And so this is just a very nice way. Because we do some things automatically for you, we want to also help you see when some of those automatic things aren't going to work properly. So this isn't implemented. Well, let's go implement it. That's in services, to-dos.js. We're going to create something called to-dos count. We'll do that right here. Export const to-dos count. That is going to be a function, and it's going to just be db.todo.count. Okay. Well, let's see if that worked. We should be able to run it and see if it worked. And here we go. All right, there we go. See, I added 2 lines of code, and I created all of my GraphQL infrastructure that's necessary in order to get the back end working. So there we go. We have a new GraphQL query defined, ready to return some data and be consumed by the front end on this count page. Well, we're going to need a cell. We're doing data fetching, so we need a cell. So let's create a cell. Yarn, Redwood, generate, cell, to-dos count. We'll let that run, and we're going to find this in components, to-dos count cell, right here. Now, it's generated this, and it's guessed what I'm going to write as a GraphQL query, but it's a little bit wrong. Let's make it correct. It's just going to be to-dos count, like that. The loading state is fine. The empty state, this is what I was talking about before. These are all predefined. We just change these as we like, an error failure state. And the success state is just going to, by default, just do a JSON stringify on whatever comes out of here, which is just going to be an integer. And that's fine for now. We like that. And now we're going to use this in the count page. So let's see in here. Why don't we say to-dos count is going to be the to-dos count cell. And then we need to import this. We're not using that anymore. So import to-dos count cell from source components to-dos count cell. And if we come back here before we save this, then there we go. And that's really it. We did all of that in a couple of minutes. I could, if I wasn't talking so much, I could have done that a lot faster even. But that's front to back, all the way on the React side to the GraphQL, all the way to the back side, Prisma to the database, the whole thing with just a few lines of code, a few generator commands. And that's really how easy Redwood tries to make everything that you do. Now, I mentioned before that we have Storybook integration as well, so I'd like to show that off real quick. In order to get the server, the Storybook server running, I'm going to run yarn redwood storybook, and that'll take a few seconds to spin up. And when it's done, it's going to launch this page. And you'll see here we have the Storybook stories for the things that I've generated. We have the count page, which is generating. And check this out. It actually has some data for the count that's coming back. But that's interesting. 42, where did that come from? Why does it say ID there? That's a little bit weird. Well, the reason that that's happening is that it's pulling it from here. So the count page is that whole page. is pulling from this count cell. And one of the things that we do for you, if you were paying attention over here when we created this, and I came into this directory, is you'll see this mock file. And this mock file is going to make it really easy for you to see your cells in Storybook, because mocking out your data fetching in Storybook is one of the real challenges to getting Storybook working really nicely with your application. Again, Redwood tries to make it really easy for you. And so we have the concept of mocking your data fetching. And in this case, we've just said, we think that to-dos count is going to return an object with an ID. You might remember that that was what we guessed you were going to do. But it's very easy to come in here and just say, oh, it's actually just returning a number, and save that. And now you'll see that the success state of this updates, and indeed the page itself will update. So all of these components can use these mocks, the cells. And that means that when you have a page or you have a cell or a component that has a cell in it, anytime you have one of those, if you use it in your Storybook, it's cool. It's just going to pull this mock data and it's going to include that. So it's still very easy to visualize your components and work with them without the hassle of trying to think about how you're going to get that data mocked out in there. And again, you can very easily now work on the loading states of these things. So to-dos count cell has these various states. I might want my loading state to just say, just wait. I can save that. And now, instead of trying to be in my app and clicking refresh and being like, oh, what did it? What does it look right? Oh, I see it. It's there for like a 100 milliseconds or something, even less. That's kind of a pain. And I can go to my inspector and I can make my page really slow, and that's annoying. But that's why we have Storybook. Now I can come in here and I can stare at it for as long as I want, and I can make it work. Or the empty state. What does that look like? What happens when I get an error? If I want to make an error happen in my application, I have to go into my implementation probably and add some kind of a syntax error so that it's going to throw some kind of error. No, don't screw around with that. That's why we have Storybook. And Redwood is all about making the entire thing, the entire application development process, end to end, as smooth as it can possibly be, with as little amount of work, as little amount of boilerplate as we can possibly make it for you. We have spent so many hours reducing boilerplate and doing integrations of these products, integrating Jest, integrating Storybook, removing Webpack. You'll notice that in here, you really don't see Webpack at all. You don't see Babel at all. Of course, we have some config files for you in case you need to dig into them, but you never have to touch them, really. If you're just doing normal things, this is not a part of your job anymore. Let the framework do the heavy lifting for you so that you can focus on your business logic. Well, what else can Redwood do for you? Well, I'd like to show you something that we released recently that is pre-render, the ability to take any of your pages and specify that they be built at build time, that they be rendered at build time and then statically shipped. So how's that gonna work? Well, let's say you have a splash page, some kind of a marketing page that really doesn't have a lot of dynamic content, and you just want to build it render it at build time and make it available. So, well, let's do that. Let's create a page that is really just static. So I can run Redwood, yarn Redwood generate page. I'll just call it splash. And we'll get that splash page. And let's go to it here so that we can see it. And let's find it. Web source pages, splash page. And in here, we're going to make this pretty simple. Let's just go with this content. But what I want to show you is how the hydration is going to work when we do this, and how easy we make that as well. So let's make this a button instead, and give it an on click. That is just going to be a function that runs an alert. Hi. And we'll just call that splash because that's what it's already called. And we'll see now that we've got an errand. Get rid of that guy. Okay, so now when I press this, it says, hi. Okay, that's expected. This is all dynamic. If you turn JavaScript off in this mode, this is the fully dynamic single page application. I can turn it off. I have a little JavaScript turn off button right here. I'm going to click it and you'll see no more page, obviously, because React is mounting the entire thing. All the HTML comes from JavaScript and React. And that's not always what we want for SEO reasons, for performance reasons. There are a lot of reasons why we might want to get this stuff generated at build time. So let me turn it back on and you'll see it. So how do you do that in Redwood? How do I tell Redwood to take this page and pre-render it at build time? Well, let me show you. You might expect that it's easy, and you would be right. In fact, it's one word easy. All I do is come to my routes file. I find the route that I want to pre-render, and I just add pre-render onto it. And that's it. I just did, I'm done. That's the only thing that I need to do. You're like, can that really be true? Can it be that easy? Well, let's find out. So I have this specified now, and what that means is during the build, it's going to pay attention to that and build a static file for that. And so I'm going to show you how to run a build, and then you can inspect it. And in Redwood, you just run yarn redwood build, and that's going to do all the steps necessary to actually deploy this. This is really what happens during the deploy process. It goes through the website, it goes through the API side, and then it has a pre-rendering step. And during the pre-rendering step, it's going to look for any routes that has been specified to be pre-rendered, and it's going to render them. So let's look at the web dist directory. That's where the web side of this ends up. And you can see that there's the index, there's the favicon, there's the normal stuff, there's static files, this is where the JavaScript lives, this is where the CSS lives. It's all chunked up, Webpack, right? We did all that for you. All the code splitting and everything happens via that mechanism. And then we have a splash.html page. And we can look at that and we can see that this is the text that we see here. My default route is etc. And here's the link to me with the button splash. But look at this, button splash button, right? There is no JavaScript in this page because it's static. There's going to be no JavaScript. The expectation is that there is no JavaScript at this point. But what we want to be able to do is hydrate that page after the HTML is loaded and you have the content on your browser, and then layer on top of it using React's hydration the functionality. So let's see if we can make that work. Well, I can show you how this works by going into the web dist directory, and I'm just going to run serve, which is just web server. It's going to spin that up. It's going to copy the URL to my clipboard, and it's going to send me into my app. And unsurprisingly, the home page doesn't work because it is a full app and there's no backend. And the error here is I can't find my GraphQL. Okay, that we expect that. But what if we go to the splash page? Ah, we have our content. Indeed, we do have our content. And now I want to show you that it's real by turning JavaScript off. So I just did that. JavaScript is currently off. So when I press this button, nothing happens because there is no JavaScript on this page. But what if I turn JavaScript back on? You'll see that it reloaded. I'll prove it. Reloaded. And now, boom. It's still dynamic because it loaded the HTML and then it loaded React and layered that on. And that's a beautiful thing. This is how you can get a statically generated pre-rendered page that can still be dynamic, but you get all the benefits of SEO because this is what Google's getting right here. Google's going to see this. So if you have SEO concerns on marketing pages, then you want to pre-render that. It's one word in your routes file. Remember this ridiculous screen that I assembled before? Redwood has a solution for every single one of these things. All of the stuff in the application, authentication providers from Auth0 to Netlify to many others, a bunch of deploy targets, including Netlify and Vercel and Render, and the ability to deploy your API side to AWS. We have so much more in the works to make your life easy. The whole point of Redwood is that we do the beautiful integration for you so that you can focus on your product and what makes your business valuable. If you want some stickers, you can get those on the website. We'll ship them to you free anywhere in the world. I'm really happy you joined me today, and I hope you come and join our community and find this stuff really useful, completely open source, MIT licensed, free for you to use. We do this to try to make your life easier. Thanks for watching.
Such an amazing talk, also funny talk from Tom. I'm really blessed to be here with him. So thank you once again, Tom, for taking your time and prepare this amazing talk about Redwood. First of all, I would like to invite you to the stage. So come to the stage, please, with me. Hey, how's everything going on? Yeah, a little bit tired, but overall it feels fantastic. Yeah, it was a great experience so far. It's the first time as an MC. Hopefully not the last one. So you are asking everyone, what kind of infrastructure do you deploy? Which is render, begin, target, cloud run. And on the third place is Jamstack. I have to admit that in my opinion, I'm using virtualized just because I can get my hands on the virtual machine. But what are your thoughts about those votes?
Well, I think this is really interesting also because there isn't one clear winner. There isn't one that really super dominates the rest. And I think that's super interesting. So an interesting fact about Redwood, when I started working on it, was really envisioned to be a full stack web application framework for the Jamstack. But as we've been working on it, we've found that exactly these results are kind of the case of how people are thinking and operating. And so we need to adjust our homepage and our marketing now. But really the goal is to target all of these equally and kind of follow you where you want to go. And depending on your application and what your use cases are, you might choose different ones for different reasons. Living in all of them. There's no vendor lock-in. We're not specific to any given vendor, and we try to make it really easy and have built-in deployments for a lot of these, where you just say Redwood, yarn Redwood deploy, you give it a target, and we'll do most of the rest for you. You'll have to make some choices, but we try to make that Redwood easy.
Oh, great. If we are going to talk more than 2 minutes, having this Slido, I think it's going to be evenly distributed for the first 3 places. So yeah, it's pretty obvious. It seems that IC2 are like virtualized one, but as you said, it's morphing based on your needs, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what are the questions. Let me grab a couple of them from. We had lots of questions for you, that's for sure. The first one it's coming from Der Mohammed. He's saying, what's the difference, the main difference between Redwood and Blitz.js?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think Redwood and Blitz both live in a similar space. We're both trying to be full stack web application frameworks that are on top of JavaScript, TypeScript. I think one of the big differences you'll see is that Blitz is based on Next. They've kind of used that as a starting point to build the additional functionality off of, where Redwood, we have not really built on something that is quite as sophisticated as Next. So for instance, we do our own routing. So we have a custom routing solution that allows you to put all your routes into one file. Some of these things are inspired from what I really loved about Rails, and that was a big one for me.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
NX is a build framework that helps teams develop at scale in three main ways. Seamless integration with React frameworks and modern tooling such as TypeScript, ESLint, Jest, Cypress, and more. Code generation and a dependency graph to help visualize your monorepo structure. Faster linting, testing, and building with computation caching, which only reruns tasks based on what's changed. Upgrade your Create React app with one command. Find out more at nx.dev/react.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Hey everyone, I'd like to talk to those of you who make React websites for a living. I think that it's time that we stop shipping pages. Instead, we can ship a page builder for content teams. Let me give you an example. Look at this website. You can break it into sections, and each section would be a React component. So what if you could make these React components a page builder? Then your content team can use it to create all the pages they need without changing the code. Want to give it a try? Go to slicemachine.dev.
Did you know that Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform, can now be integrated with HashiCorp Terraform? The Rollbar Terraform provider is taking Rollbar's account management processes to the next level by enabling automation of the Rollbar platform itself. Now, if you're a Rollbar admin, the Rollbar Terraform provider will ease your administrative process, automating access token provisioning, project and account creation, and more. Manage Rollbar easily and automatically at scale.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We have teams on web using React, and then we have people working on web coming to native mobile development because they can use React Native.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video.
Before going further, I would like to take your phones or just go directly to slido.com and just rate Tom's talk. I think, in my opinion, there is no 6 stars, but I'll do it. If there are 6 stars, I'll do it anyway. So just go ahead to slido.com, use 1415 the code, and rate Tom's talk. And also join Tom speaker's room. He'll be there, maybe answering more questions which you might have.
All right. We want to take this moment almost at the end of the day. We're not there yet. To thank our sponsors once again. So really, thanks a lot for helping us making this event possible, to all of our lovely sponsors. And I also want to give a big round of applause. You can do that in the Q&A channel, to the Git Nation team. Git Nation is the company behind React Summit, and it's made this event possible organization-wise. And I also want to thank our AV partner, iStream. I don't know, Piotr, if you can show your bat cave to our audience for a little bit. That would be great. Piotr, I don't think he's available. He's a little bit shy in his bat cave. Oh, yeah, yeah, he's gonna show us his bat cave. He's talking to me in my ear. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Hey.
Whoa.
Hey, Piotr, good to see you. So you see that Piotr has 700 laptops to make this event possible, and I don't know how he manages. But yeah, thanks a lot to iStream and Git Nation team.
Also, you can also see all the jobs from our amazing sponsors at remote.reactsummit.com/react-jobs. If you haven't checked it out, go ahead now. There are a lot of nice React jobs, from front-end developer jobs to, of course, React jobs, from companies like Cloudinary, Netlify, and more. So go ahead and check it out. In addition to those amazing jobs, our sponsors are offering perks. Go ahead to remote.reactsummit.com/perks to find everything about the physical and also the digital goodies.
All right, and now we're going to go to the raffle. So we've asked you to send some photos of how you're watching the conference on Twitter. And yeah, it's now time to look at them. So Tia sent this photo with an amazing, cute little bear watching along. So good to see. Angelo with some nice action figures. They look pretty cool. Thanks for sharing, Angelo. Allison watching on her television, I think. Good to see.
I can see you. I can see you there.
Well, we have a winner here because she's taking photos of me. Whoa. Lane White with a really professional setup. Good to see the professionals.
Nice headphones. Nice headphones, Martin. Christy Cares, I think she's a Romanian. So, salut Romania.
No, she's from Santiago, Chile. It says so.
Oh. Those live sessions.
Yeah. Oops. Doesn't matter. William with 70 or 80 screens. Amazing.
Ferreira. Wow, you're cooking. Oh,
multitasking at its finest.
Multitasking, yeah, exactly. Urmesh, you have some fish there?
Yeah, nice. And you've been to a real life edition. I see you're wearing a React Summit shirt. I recognize it. Good to have you again.
Moritz. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this one too. Really nice.
On the Beamer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's me with Daria.
Yeah.
Nice.
This was one of the earliest pictures.
Yeah, exactly. And the cat.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, we have so many pictures. This is only, by the way, a fraction. For those of you who were not watching on Twitter, there's an endless list of photos. So we're just gonna mention a few. Tad's looking on our laptop with a nice headphones on. Chris with 3 screens also. Wow. Nice setup, Chris. And Pierre.
Wow, this Pierre.
I think we have pretty much the same setup with this laptop, gas arm and stuff that it's all floating. Nice. Good setup.
Wow, that's a huge TV, definitely. Or it's a TV or it's a monitor? Rob.
Oh, it looks like 2 curves, wide monitors. And then another laptop. That's crazy. I don't know how your neck is doing, but whoa. So next one is from Frank with a nice cup of coffee in the background.
Greg, wow, profi. It's like it's a pro desk here. Honza, it's, oh, there's me, hi.
Nice keyboard, by the way, Hansa. Looks really cool. This one is a bit freaky and dangerous, having a laptop on the bathtub. So I hope you didn't electrocute yourself, Igor. And then we have Ivy.
Lamit. Yeah, this is on laptop. Oh, you're staying in bed. Definitely you're a remote worker.
Yeah, that's the life. Okay. We are now going to go and spin our Wheel of Fortune for our GitNation multipass. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to spin it 3 times. So first spin is coming up right now. I'm going to click the magic button and we'll see. Who will be the winner of our first multipass? That's amazing. Congratulations. You will be contacted by GitNation about how and where to claim your GitNation multipass. So see you at the next conference. And we're going to click again.
Let's go.
Let's see who the winner is. Who is it?
Oh, the photo with the cat. Congrats, Jan.
Deserved. Well deserved.
Well deserved, yeah. It's a really nice photo.
And then the last winner of today is going to be the person that is named Ivy. Nice. Congratulations, Ivy.
Congrats.
Yeah. Also hope to see you at all of our other conferences from GitNation. Really nice to have you all here. And yeah, let's get back on the program. So, Kathleen.
After this really great session of giving 3 full tickets to our amazing conferences, of course, your feedback matters to us. It's really important to make our events better and better. So for that, we provided a form which will be available for the entire conference at remote.reactsummit.com/feedback. Just go ahead, leave your feedback, leave your thoughts. Tell us more about your thoughts and what do you think about this conference.
All right. And if you're hungry for more content, you can always go on YouTube and check out the JS Nation conference and all of our other content from /React conferences, youtube.com/c/React conferences, because we've been running React conferences for a while, so we have a lot of great content. And for other topics, go to gitnation.org to find out more about all the event GitNation is organizing. And now it's time to
party. It's amazing. I can also do some beatbox like.
Whoa! Hidden talent, Kathleen.
It's party time. It's party. It's party.
So make sure you go to the music bar.
Will be there, yeah.
There's a music bar with DJ Ken Wheeler. The Codenames bar hosted by no one other than Kenzie Dodds. There's a Pictionary bar where you can show off your art skills and a little Quieres tournament. So hope to see you all there. And yeah, you can also join our spatial chat. And there we'll have a quick guide of what's happening. This is where we've been watching a live stream all day, so you can still join there. And you can also chit chat if you don't want to do any of the other activities that I mentioned before. So there is this room with Pictionary, and in the background you'll see a link or a QR code so you can join the game. We'll start the game and everyone will get a turn one by one to draw, and the others can guess, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And by the way, don't turn off this stream. Keep it on, because this is where you'll be able to watch Ken's live DJ set. It's going to be amazing. And if you're into word games, then come to the Codenames online game and join Kenzie Dodds and Johnny Berger for a nice Codenames game.
Another room is the Quake.js. So Quake.js fans in the house, just go ahead and join this Quake.js. I myself was an ex-pro Counter-Strike player. I love Quake as well, so I will be there just doing headshots, basically. You'll find the link to it in the rooms, and you can join there as well. And as a hint, there will be Colby, Feyok, that is going to stream the entire game. So go ahead.
And if you're not into playing any of these games, we've also got you covered. Just come to the chit chat room. There's some speakers probably hanging out there and other people that have joined this event today. So yeah, we hope to see you at this party in a moment. And the rest of you can do whatever you like. And we'll see you tomorrow at day number 2 of the conference. It's the same time, same place, your house or wherever you are now. Hey, Ken, good to see you. Let's give Ken a big round of applause. DJ Ken. Well, we're waiting for you, man.
All right, let's fucking do it.
Ken.
Play some Maiden, man.
Yeah, I'm not playing Maiden.
Oh, damn it.
Nah, I'm gonna play some fun stuff, a variety of stuff, some pretty gangster stuff, but also some nice dance party stuff. I'm only gonna play one of my songs. And I'm gonna play it first.
Are you gonna play For My Mother then?
Yeah. It's a Jay-Z and Kanye remix.
Okay,
for your mom.
She'll love it. Oh, well, hope to hear it soon. I'm gonna give you the entire stage, and I'm gonna head out, Ken, and I'm gonna enjoy your set. Bye.
All right. Let's get this party started. Grab your beverages. I got some Santa Margarita in the mix. I don't know what you guys are drinking on, but pour it. Let's chill for an hour and listen to music and have some drinks. I'll be in the spatial chat talking shit. Let's get it.
Fuck it up one more time, Kenneth. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. First niggas gotta find me. What's 50 grand to a motherfucker like me? Can you please remind me? Ball so hard, this shit crazy. Y'all don't know that don't shit phase. And that's to go 0 for 82 when I look at you like this shit gravy. Ball so hard, this shit weird. We ain't even supposed to be here. Ball so hard since we here. It's only right that we be fair. Psycho, I'm liable to go Michael. Take your pick, Jackson, Tyson, Jordan, Game 6. Ball so hard, got a broke clock. Rollies that don't tick-tock. All the Mars that's losing time. Hidden behind all these big rocks. Ball so hard, I'm shocked too. I'm supposed to be locked up too. You escape, but I escape. You be in Paris getting fucked up too. Ball so hard, let's get faded. Liberties for like 6 days. Gold bottles, gold models. Spilling ace on my sick days. Ball so hard, bitch behave. Just might let you meet, yay. Shot towns, D-Rose, moving the next BK. She said, yeah, can we get married at the mall? I said, look, you need to crawl for your bar. Come and meet me in the bathroom style and show me why you deserve to have it all. Ball so hard, that shit she cray. That she cray. Ain't it Jay? Ball so hot. What she order? What she order? Fish fillet. Ball so hot. Your whip so cold. Whip so cold. This whole thing. Ball so hot. Act like you ever be around motherfuckers like this again. Bougie girl, grab her hand. Fuck that bitch, she don't wanna dance. She was my friends, but I'm in France. I'm just saying, Prince Williams ain't do it right if you ask me. Cause I was him, I would've married Was Gucci my nigga? Was Louis my killer? Was drugs my dealer? What's that jacket, Margilla? Doctors say I'm the illest, cause I'm suffering from realness. Got my niggas in Paris, and they going gorillas, huh? I just wanna take you away. Throw your hands up in the sky. Let's set this party alright. Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe so clear. Look out. Pop, pop, it's showtime. 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 Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Gone time. Oh, they don't know. Gone time. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Showed up. I'm wearing Cuban links. Yeah. Designer mix. Yeah. Inglewood's finest shoes. Whoop, whoop. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. Woo, shit. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jacking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your